Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Morning, YouTube. Good morning. So head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 to enjoy 20% off on all coffee products at checkout. Again, just use the code CoffeeInTow20 to enjoy 20% off all coffee products. And that is available to you on grantcoffeehouse.com. How's everybody doing this morning? RoSolo, you first show up at the dance this morning. Oh, God. You come help string up the set, the sound system, make sure everything.
Happy Friday. Good morning. Good morning.
Right.
Happy Valentine's Day for those who celebrate. Although I'm a believer that love is celebrated all year, and you should do those extra things you do today or every day, or any day, I should say.
Yes.
But maybe that's because we're not no last Valentine either. So there's that.
Yeah.
You know, so that could be it as well. I digress.
Yeah, but I will do. I love as long as me love you. We don't business about nobody
There's
else.
nobody else. Fact, fact,
As
fact.
long as me love you, you don't need
Big
nobody
fact.
else to love you. That is
Big
our
facts. Your love is enough, my dear. Your love is enough, cause back, back. But yes, yes. Happy Friday. How about that? Happy Friday. I hope everyone is having a great start to their Friday morning, and ready for the weekend. For those who this is their last work day for the week, and
yes.
those of you who work on the weekend, just stay blessed and get to work safely and do your thing, and you
Mhm.
know just try and stay positive and focus.
Yes.
Positive and focus. Yes. Yes, yes. How are you, Mama?
Mr. This morning, my wake
Oh,
up.
I laid dance last night, so how you feeling?
So this, yo, listen, I didn't recognize we pulled an all-nighter yesterday.
You
We
work
were in the
overtime
space
yesterday.
until 6:55
Yeah,
p.m. Wow,
yeah,
I saw we
yeah.
careless and nothing to do with my life.
No, I was doing things.
So was
I
I.
don't know.
So was I.
I don't know what everyone else was doing, but it allowed me to move. Because sometimes I'll sit still
Mhm.
and contemplate over what I should be doing and worry, and I don't worry as much anymore, but just thinking about, okay, God, what you doing? And I'm sitting here waiting. And God is like, you can still move, while you wait. I'm still
Right.
working. You can work as well.
Yeah.
So, so I was moving and doing my thing and packing up and stuff. So, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
got a lot done too, Rosolo, while we're doing the show. While we were liming, call it that. I haven't used that word in a long time. Liming. So
Was
if you're
long.
from the Caribbean, liming is a
Yeah.
term that's used to hang up.
Yes,
To hang
mostly,
up.
and Trini says a lot. They line for everything.
Yeah.
They don't, and that's why when we talk about the Caribbean culture, I'm like I always say, I'm so blessed to my mom's from Jamaica, my dad is from Trinidad, and I'm a mix of both cultures, but more Jamaican. Sorry. And that's where I would grow up. So, but I I take on their I try to take on their energy
Mm-hmm.
because them not really get depressed and sad and well the ones I know. They don't
Right,
really get
right.
depressed and sad and worry about things.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is gonna work. Make we have a line. Make we just get together no
Yeah.
man. So anything happens, you can't pay rent, but have a rent party. Somebody dies, come look at let's celebrate life. And, and I try to take on that perspective more because what is the point? My girlfriend says we only live once, right? So what's
Yes.
the point of sitting through life fretting? The bills will still be there when we finish limits in the morning.
Fact.
We
Fact.
can't pay them now, we can't pay them tomorrow morning. We might as well just buy a bottle of lime
It's
because we
true.
can't afford that,
It's true. Me agree.
So
Me agree.
cook some food, hang out with some good people, and laugh and enjoy time. So yeah, maybe I'll go to a lime tonight.
Lime it out. Yes. Squeeze
Yeah.
a lime and put some brown sugar in it and turn that in a what? Wash. Lemonade. I don't think that's true to the Caribbean spirit, you know. We
Mhm.
really take lemons and make lemonade. We
We
know
do.
how to pivot. We know how to
We do.
turn, we keep pivoting. I think we're the orchestrators of pivoting. We don't have no time for sit down and we don't have time for that. We gotta keep on moving.
We gotta keep on moving, and that's the resilience in our culture. And
Yeah.
like I said, I'm appreciative of that because I could sit down here worrying and not moving, and I don't anymore.
Yeah.
I don't worry over things I have no idea on how they're going to be solved. It's not up to me, it's up to God. So
Facts. Facts.
anyway, I'm done now. I'm done
Hey,
now. Good
man.
morning,
So,
everyone.
real quick, Russell, let me ask you. I don't know if it's the same thing in Trinidad, right? And
Mm.
as much as we have family in Trinidad, but let me ask a question. And it's probably the same thing in other Caribbean islands. But is it just Jamaicans where a christening, a baby shower, a
Everything is a
baby's
party.
birthday party ends up going on till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning?
The baby party
It
is
turned in
for
a
an
big
hour.
dance and big
Yeah,
party.
the baby's party is for an hour. The rest of the time is for adults. We adults. So
So it's not just a
any
Jamaican thing; it's a
no
Caribbean
man,
thing. Okay.
it's like yeah, yeah. When we gather, we gather. You know. So and when we say we're having a party and there's going to be food and drinks, then that means the children go upstairs and your time is done. You know. I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
in a party. So, and that again, that's a part of celebrating life. When you have these hectic work schedules and you can't get to see family, things like christenings and weddings. Princess, come out my room. I'm sorry.
You're not going to talk to
Christening,
the dog like that. Please have some
christening.
respect for
You
the
know me
dog.
and dog's in my room. Get out my room. I don't know why she's
Please.
in my
No, no, no.
room.
You're not going to talk to Princess like that.
You can't have her. Get
Listen
out
to
my room.
give me Princess. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I'll bring her down to you
Don't let me
right
have to
now.
take you to dog protection services.
And I got to do it. They care about dogs more than children. Anyway, what was I saying? I forgot what I was
It's
saying.
our culture. It's our culture. It's
Yeah,
in our blood.
it's in our culture that you do. Remember my last daughter's christening? What time y'all
Okay.
left the house?
Okay.
The three babies laying on the floor with their grandmother, and everybody
Yeah.
was in the house having a
Yeah.
good time
Yeah.
drinking. And
Yeah.
it's the community part of it as well. You
Mm-hmm.
gather, you sit, you talk about life, you joke around. You don't get to do that often, except for mostly holidays. Some
And
families gather every Sunday, some don't.
you know what I was about to say? And funerals. And talking about funerals, just
You
so
know,
talking to a friend of mine last weekend, he said he was on his way to a funeral. I said, hold on a second. It look as though almost every weekend you have a funeral going
yeah.
to. You know what he
hmm
said? Funeral is the new dance.
I went to a cute funeral last
He
year
said
for a
funeral is the
gentleman.
new dance, guys.
Yeah,
Funerals become parties now.
yeah, and it's the place where you get to see people you haven't seen in
Yes.
forever.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate that you can't do that on a normal basis. But yeah, man, funeral. When you go to a funeral, I remember one day. I remember I had three funerals in one day. You know which funerals they were. And I left the house in the morning and I came home. I came home, changed, and I remember that my husband at the time was looking at me. I'm like, you are free to get dressed and come. But I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm hanging out with my people. And I didn't get home till late at night. And
Right.
the events the children were with me. When it got too late, I took them home and went back again because I had somewhere else to go. So 9 nights, funeral, 9 nights. you know, the gathering after the week. Oh yeah, that's the gathering after the week when it's the day before the funeral. So vibes are kind of off, but you're trying to keep yourself together, and
Hmm.
for the next day. No, I love gatherings. I really love gatherings, and I miss that type of being able to entertain. I can't wait to be able to do that again.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, Rosolo.
You're
Oh,
welcome.
by the way, you
Mhm.
you remember yesterday, when I asked Julie. So Johan is here. Johan, morning. I know you're down in the audience and I know you're listening. I'm probably not able to come up on
But
stage because
when you look at Johan's PTR, it goes to what we're saying about St. Lucia, doesn't it?
exactly.
It will.
We were talking about the St. Lucians yesterday, and I said to Julie that she needs to check if you two are related because St. Lucia is so small. I believe everybody down there related to everybody. So yes, and we did talk about how beautiful everybody in St. Lucia is. Looking, you spoke about them, Rosolo, and when
Hmm.
I go online and any St. Lucian I
Hmm.
meet in person, they're all so pretty. I mean, I wonder if God like them more than him like the rest of the world. You
No,
know?
I've been to St. Lucia, and God's willing, I'll be back there for a wedding in May, and I know it's the best time ever for me because I hang with beautiful people, beautiful times, nice, beautiful homes. You see the scenery and the views. But this time I'm going intentionally, with intent. I mean, I'm coming back
You
with a
say,
Syrian.
you say you have
I'm
a
coming.
plan.
No, I'm coming.
You have
Yeah,
a
man,
plan.
I come back with a Syrian St. Lucian. Yeah, man, I come back pretty man, pretty. Yeah, yeah, that's my plan. So you people in Fort Lauderdale, where am I, Atlanta? When you say, "Oh, she's not dating and she's not going out," because I have a plan. Yeah, he's coming back from St. Lucia with me. Yeah, I don't know him yet. I don't know him yet, but I just know it's a
But you're
wedding.
speaking it into existence.
Oh yeah, and it's a wedding, so I'm gonna be cute, and they're all cute. Just your neck starts hurting you because you're just moving. Like which one's single? Which one's single? Who's single?
Well, I'm looking in the chat now, and Johan is saying, I look at your profile thinking we may be related. Still, listen,
Yeah, they
I think
do.
everybody down there related. I
They're
think,
gorgeous
yeah,
people, and
gorgeous.
they're kind people, nice spirits, and beautiful. I love St. Lucia. If I could move to St. Lucia, I said it yesterday, I would do it in a heartbeat. So maybe I won't come back. Maybe you'll hear that I stayed,
I don't
and
know
y'all just
about the
come back
men
and see
though,
me.
Russell, but based on what Mr. President said yesterday, you have to be cautious because there were some fiery people. So I don't know if the
No,
ladies, I don't know
no, the
about the
ladies,
the
ladies,
men if them fiery
the men
too.
I've met have a very calm demeanor.
Y'all have me
Yeah.
cracking up in the basement.
Good morning.
I definitely don't date the seclusion men, so stay away from me. Never. Sorry,
Why?
sir.
Why?
No, I don't care. I
Why?
love my island, but the island man them can stay there.
No. You have to have. I've realized, Johan, it makes no sense. I divert from my I like. I
Oh
love
no, I'll date
Caribbean men.
every other Caribbean man except Halusian.
Okay. That's it.
You never know if we're related. I don't do the incest tree,
That's
so
what Julie said.
That's
That's
what
what
um
Jeannie
Julie said.
said yesterday.
That's what Julie said.
Jeannie
no, but
said,
I was looking at her profile like when I first came into you lot's room, like what? Like she looks like one of my cousins. So I'm like, we might be related still.
I feel you two are. I think you both are related
You
somewhere.
resemble, yes, you
Yeah,
resemble,
yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah. All
And
right.
then think about the people. Geely, a beautiful spirit. Because she
Yes.
doesn't speak on the show. If when you meet Geely, you fall in love with her, and you and we fell in love with you just being here. So, and I know I'm in love with several St. Lucian men. So, there you have
You can have them. Have all of them.
it. So,
My
Johan, see, I know I can't be related, so I will go enjoy it.
enjoy yourself, friend. But you
I
know what
will.
though? You have me question something Moment said earlier, like I would love to live there. So funny enough,
Uh-huh.
so being dragged out of my island, like they say the children remember what they remember, but I have a very vivid memory of the day I left Lucia, and I know I was vexed at 3. I remember being vexed for years. To the point where I think I lost my Creole speaking because I was so stubborn. My dad banned it from the house because while in daycare in England, even though I spoke fluent English as well as Creole, or patois as we used to call it back then, I refused to speak it. And so the daycare was like, "Oh, does she speak English?" My dad gave me that parent looked upon me down and said, "Yes, ma'am, she does." And it was that look when we get home, you see you. And that's how stubborn I was, right? So I can understand Creole, but I don't speak it because I just lost the speaking format. But I would love to go back home. Honestly, every time I go, all I see, if you see me, I'm a capitalist at heart. You know, when you live in the West and you learn financial literacy, when I step foot in St. Lucia or any island for that matter, all I see is dollar signs. It's like, why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? If I go home tomorrow, I swear I'll be making millions. I just don't understand it.
Go and make the millions. And guess what? When you make the millions, you give others the opportunity to make the millions too. Go home. I think there is a call for all of us to go home. If not to your country of birth, at least some island across the Caribbean, because we have freedom of movement. Go home and build it up, man. Build it up. There are so many possibilities that lie in the Caribbean that we as Caribbean nationals don't take full advantage of. And we need to check ourselves, really. And I will tell anybody, Johan, if you have any land at all in the Caribbean, do not separate yourself from it. Don't be quick to sell. Never say, boy, I'm not going back. Don't throw stones behind you. You never know the income potential that you have in your hand. There's so much. And everybody else sees the value of in the Caribbean except us Caribbean nationals. And
I feel like we need to go back to that. Our parents used to be of the generation where they only went to foreign to get money and build their house to go back and retire. We, the next see, I'm not first generation. My children are first generation born outside of the island. But the reality is I was Western raised, so we forget that. Like my ancestry is calling me back. I would love to visit Africa, but I don't think I could actually live there. But I definitely would contemplate. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, last week, I woke up with this compelling, like, with the way my job is right now, I can pretty much go anywhere. As long as I got a computer and internet, I'm good to go. And with the way President Trump is behaving, I'm telling you that thought pattern has been repeating a cycle in my head. Like, maybe I just catch a flight.
Yeah. Explore options. Explore your options. Explore. All right, let me do a quick check-in with Jah Rastafari. Ever living, ever faithful, ever sure.
Good morning, all. I'm enjoying.
He is back in full effect.
The voice is
No,
back. There you
actually, I'm not.
Here
Actually,
ya.
I'm not.
Here ya.
go.
I was performing my civic duty as HOA treasurer last night, and somehow it pulled me back. It pulled me back. I did not sleep well. I started coughing again. So I'm just in the middle today.
Well, are you leaving the house today, Jah? Any at all?
No, I won't.
All right, do me a favor. Rub your throat with some. You have any Vicks?
I have everything imaginable.
Rub some Vicks around your throat and wrap up your throat with a scarf, and keep it warm.
Yes.
And yeah.
Yeah.
Minimize your talking.
Mm-hmm.
And don't laugh.
I have a Rastafarian fix for you. Would you like it?
Give it to us. Tell her now.
Okay, so you can do two things. The first one is the basic tea that helps everybody. As long as you have bay leaf, cinnamon, clovers, right? Honey and ginger in your house, go boil it. Now, for the throat irritation and the voice loss, instant relief, you have to take it 4 times a day. If you have a cold pressed juicer, you need orange, limes, if you have limes preferably, tamarick root and ginger. Take a shot of that and it will ease the stress. I've lost my voice and I'm telling you that thing works in 30 minutes.
All right, so you see we have our natural remedies. Go ahead, Jah.
I have everything but the tamarind. I have my voice.
Hold on, is it tamarind or turmeric? Which one?
I heard her say tamarind.
Turmeric.
Turmeric.
Oh, she said
The way
turmeric.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's tamarind. But the way I say it is tamarind, but it's turmeric. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Which one is it?
Turmeric. TUMERIC.
Okay.
That's what she said.
So I have all of that. My voice is good. It's my body and my head. I had like a headache all night.
Yeah, so the first thing I gave you is going to rectify it. And the way my dad explained it, you see, if you notice when you get toothaches, all the toothache medication comes with the clover. The clover is the thing that's going to keep the temperature, take the pain away, but all the other ingredients has its own individual properties and beneficialness for the body aches as well. So go ahead and do the first one I'm telling you. And it's actually a nice tasting tea. Choose honey or sugar, however you like. It tastes nice.
I think I have seen Tasha do something like that in a video.
Yes.
I think I've seen Tasha do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Okay, so before I forget, AT, the name of the restaurant in Las Vegas is Paradise Place Jamaican Cuisine. So Marlon's cousin that lives out there in Vegas, she says that one is way better than the other one. Paradise Place Jamaican Cuisine. So check that one out before I forget.
AT, can I tell your story? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yes.
So after we shut down yesterday, AT texts me. He wanted a beef patty so bad. He was driving around Vegas looking for a beef. He sent me three stores down, still couldn't get any beef patty. And then he sent me a picture. He finally found a place where he could get a beef patty. I thought
Where
that
did he
was
get
so
it
funny.
from? Where did he get it from?
Paradise.
Paradise? Okay. Yeah. So she says, so Marlon's other cousin that lives in Vegas, she says that's the best one to go to there. And she said there, hold on, I'm going to her text message. She said the oxtail and the brown stew chicken. She recommends those two things from the menu. The oxtail and the brown stew chicken.
The funny thing is, AT sent me a video of the place, and there was nobody in there. So for me, whenever I walk into a Caribbean restaurant and there's nobody in there, I think the food may not be good. So, but
Remember, I don't think that the Caribbean population is huge out there. It's not. Yeah, so you're not gonna get the same, or you're not gonna see the same thing as you would in New York or in Texas or in Florida. You're not gonna see that. It's not gonna be the same. But yeah, and that particular one is in a couple months you're gonna see they're gonna be featured on a particular show. But yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. The decor was beautiful. I was okay with that. I was like, but where's the people? But I just found it hilarious that he drove around 3 different places. Well, and found the fourth one that he was able to get beef patties.
All right.
In the rain.
Oh, it was raining too. You really did want the party.
Yes, I
what we
forgot
have
that
to
part.
do? I have to go get some patties, freeze them, and ship them to your AT. I have to go do them next day. From a particular franchise here in South Florida. I'm gonna get them, freeze them, yes, keep them in your freezer, and then you pop them in the oven. But don't microwave them. Please don't. Put them in the oven at 375 degrees for about 20-25 minutes. If you're doing 2, probably 30-35 minutes. But I'm gonna send some for you. I'm gonna get some and ship to you.
When you send an AT, ship on over to Georgia for me, please.
Who are you? Excuse
Especially
me.
since
I hear a voice, but I can't. Who is that speaking? I hear somebody speaking, but I don't know who that is. Do we have an alien in the room?
Especially here in Georgia where there's no, good stuff.
Um,
Golden Coast is not it.
no, definitely not. No. There are 2 places down here in South Florida. One is a recent franchise, and another one, it started as in a hole in the wall, literally. But let me tell you something. I think their patties are the best down here. And Mega sent us some. By the way, Geely, please tell Mr. President, do not come in the space today because I am vile. I'm gonna attack him because him out of order to come send picture of doubles come show people this morning, right? Tell Mr. President, because I know he's sitting at the
That's what
desk
he
next
said?
to you. Tell him can take the doubles and hop on a plane and go on a Grenada. I don't want to talk to him.
I didn't look at the picture. Let me go look. It's doubles? That's
Yeah.
okay, because I can get doubles tomorrow. I'm not jealous about doubles. It's just the package.
We're not talking to Mr. President today. Tell him don't even come into the place because some what you call it, some rock stone I gonna reach him in the place. Come perplex my tranquility. And I'm trying to be in a loving space, headspace, and this man comes send picture.
Wow, I didn't
Doubles.
even see that until just now. The nerve.
So what Tasha said, Julie, when Mr. President choke on the doubles, please don't knock his back. I know, do not bring him up. Do not bring him on.
Okay, I won't. We'll leave him down there for
I'm
about an
bringing him up
hour.
because I want him to get.
Can we leave him down there for about an hour?
Leave him down there. Left him down there.
Can I bring him up?
No,
I want to
no. I have to calm my spirit first.
Oh, I see him in the bottom now.
Yeah,
I
he's
see him
there.
down there now.
He's
Okay.
there.
You on timeout. We're doing it the American way, Mr. President. You're on timeout.
Wicked. He's one of them. Wicked people.
And that was intentional because he knew we were talking about it yesterday. He knew that you were craving doubles. So I feel that was intentional.
Nerve.
You know what we're don't. I don't know what you did to moments. Let me go look at the picture. I hope you enjoyed your doubles. I hope you don't have a belly ache right now.
I hope you tummy run. I hope him
For real. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it out loud.
And I hope it catch him on the train. That's oh Jesus. Anyway. James morning. Who bring you up? Who bring you up on the stage?
It probably was James or Marlon. Probably one of the men.
AT. Me feel like AT do it. Oh, you?
I can't left my brethren down there.
Hey, I know my brethren got me back. Happy Valentine's, CIT family.
Hold on there, Marlon. Let me ask you a question. Which part you sleep tonight? Where you sleep tonight?
Oh, don't worry about
it. Marlon said, in my bed.
So who put Mr. President back down?
I did, because I was the one that started the doubles conversation, and then he had the nerve.
Mr. President have his hand raised. Come here, brother. I bring you up. Come. Take your cushion. You're brave. Take your cushion.
Actually, you know what? I was just getting ready to bring him back up because all those herbs that Joanne just mentioned, he had sent me some. So I forgot that. I gotta make sure I take care of him.
Remember, I told you that was the tea that made me feel better. That was the tea that made, along with other stuff, but that was the tea. So, but yeah, Mr. President, your turn now. Take your question. Morning.
I have a question for Mr. President. What train is Marlon to take when he is to leave JFK? Because he'll be in New York tonight.
Morning, CIT family. Guys, are we losing moments? I'm not hearing her. She's kicked out again.
Please tell Marlon what train he's to take. So he
thank you, my brethren. No, Marlon is my brethren. My ride or die brethren. Yeah, that's what up. That's how we roll, Marlon.
All right, so please make sure you send the information to him. So as a matter of fact, you go meet him at the airport so you know he's on the right train. Yeah. All right, Mr. President.
I heard you always still talking about Beanie Man. I was hearing some double stuff going on. I don't know. I just came in.
I'm really trying my best to exercise restraint.
You're brave, you know. You're brave. Instead of just letting her go on, you want to bring it up. Go on, take your cousin now.
I had to throw him back down for that one.
Them just a toss you like tennis ball. But okay.
I think he like it.
I cannot. We don't know. All right, it's time for us to get started. But they are Lele, Riri, Tete. I'm not sitting here until 7 o'clock tonight. We don't know. Not
It's
at all.
Valentine's Day. We're just showing people that we love each other.
Oh, as you said, Valentine's Day just. So I said to Marlon, what we're doing for Valentine's Day? He said, no, I'm gonna celebrate Valentine's Day with you. It's gonna be you are on side chick day. That's tomorrow.
Mm-mm.
So yeah, I'll be celebrating side chick day tomorrow.
Why my manager just teams me happy Valentine's Day? Do you have any special plans? She know I'm single. She just want to make sure I'm on the computer.
Yeah, you need to spend Valentine's Day with her. But yeah, for those of you who have to work and our partners have to work, don't feel bad if you have to celebrate the next day. All right, it is what it is. So yeah, I'll be celebrating side chick day. Actually, I am a side chick. Marlon has a 80-year-old heartbeat. She's 88, I want to believe, at church. Yeah. When I go to church and he's not with me, where is he? I said he's sleeping. Oh boy. Yeah, that's his heartbeat. So I understand my place in life, So it is what it is. We don't argue, we just move in love. No, so? All right. Let's go ahead and get
Well,
started.
I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to all the beautiful young ladies in the room. Happy Valentine's Day, ladies.
Happy Valentine's Day to you too.
Happy
He wasn't talking
Valentine's
to
Day,
you.
Mr. Days After Dark.
Thank you, baby daddy. Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day to you. He wasn't talking. Did you hear today's tomorrow's side chick? He's talking to us.
That's
Oh,
right. Thank you, Ro. Thank you. Thank you.
you're welcome, baby daddy. You don't know our place. You made it clear to her, but she's still trying to answer by herself. Today is not your day.
Happy Valentine's Day, lady. Happy side chick day
We don't want it
tomorrow.
from you. We
Moments.
don't want it
Moments.
from
Happy
you.
side chick day. Ro, I love you too. Mwah.
Oh, well, the
Thank you,
dog is
Gandhi.
stuck in your throat. Yeah, but
It don't
anyway.
sound like it's stuff. It don't sound like he sounds healthy. I'm jealous.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get the show started. Get the show on the road. As always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. Our first, bro, your mic.
Sorry.
All right, sound like you're in the underground. Careful now. What were you doing up there in the ATL?
No, I'm not. Let me
Oh.
just say that. No. Again, I'm single. None of this.
All right. Okay, first up out of the Caribbean corner. Exxon. But I'm tired of hear about Island Ghana now. Ghana, me kind of feeling a little type of way. Me know my feelings. Exxon seeks permit for eighth project in Guyana as output climbs. This article courtesy of oilprice.com. U.S. oil and gas major Exxon Mobil Corporation is seeking environmental permits for its eighth project in Guyana, the first that will generate gas not linked to oil production. Exxon is also looking to explore another well at its massive offshore block. That's according to the head, of the U.S. oil major in Guyana. In making the revelation on Wednesday, Exxon is getting ready for what promises to be a very active year for exploration and production in Guyana, following upgrades that increased the capacity of two of its three floating facilities. In November, Exxon had announced that it had reached 500 million barrels of oil produced from Ghana's offshore Stabroek block just 5 years after it kicked off production at the location. Ghana are the real hot girl. I sincerely hope that this eighth project will not be bundled up or thrown into the bundle that they have. I hope that the terms of agreement with this eighth project are more favorable in terms of the royalty, in terms of taxes, because if I remember well, if it was not this week, it was last week where we spoke about the story where Exxon pays taxes in Barbados, but not in Guyana. And we had concerns about that, right? And when we dug a little deeper into the article that we had on hand, the amount that they were paying in royalty was minuscule, right? It didn't seem practical, but you know what? Let us hope the terms of negotiation for this eighth project are more favorable for Guyana. All right, that's what we're gonna hope for. All right. Ah, Betty, why did I look in the chat? Why did I look in the chat? All right, moving on to our next article, US 3.2. Again, we have another article related to Guyana. Let me pin this in the chat over here. All right. Guyana is the real hot girl on the block. US $3.2 billion withdrawn from Guyana's oil fund so far. This article courtesy of oilnow.gy. The Guyana government has withdrawn US $3.195 billion from the Natural Resource Fund to date. The Bank of Guyana made that statement in a report. The sum covers 3 years of spending, 2022 to 2024. The government started spending from the fund after changing the law in December 2021. Three rules governed how money was withdrawn from the fund during that period. In 2022, the government took US $607 million, all of the money in the fund as of the end of December 2021. The fund had a rule to calculate withdrawals based on deposits from the preceding year, but the law made an exception for the first year of spending. In 2024, US $1.586 billion was withdrawn from the fund after the government amended the rule, allowing for a larger withdrawal from the fund once. And I want to know where the money go. That's how I try to dig a little deeper for. I know it says here all the money deposited into the fund comes from the crude oil production at the Stabroek block, of which ExxonMobil controls 45%, Hess has 30%, and the CNOOC has 25%. I guess they use it to balance the budget, I'm going to assume. I think they use that to balance their budget. All right. Moving right along, we head on over to Haiti for our next article. And let me go ahead and pin this on YouTube. And thank you once again to everyone watching on YouTube Live. We appreciate you being here with us. So this next article comes to us courtesy of the Associated Press. A crowd of 500 descended from dusty trucks on a recent morning and shuffled through a tiny gap in a border gate separating Haiti from the Dominican Republic. They were the first deportees of the day, some still clad in work clothes and others barefoot as they lined up for food, water, and medical care in the Haitian border city of Belladere. After mulling their next move under broiling sun, the migrants recounted what they said were mounting abuses by Dominican officials after President Luis Abinader ordered them in October to start deporting at least 10,000 immigrants a week under a harsh new policy widely criticized by civil organizations. Wow. The number of alleged human rights violations, ranging from unauthorized home raids to racial profiling to deporting breastfeeding mothers and unaccompanied minors, is surging as officials ramp up deportations to Haiti, which shares the island of Hispaniola with the Dominican Republic. More than 250,000 people were deported last year, and more than 31,200 in January alone. The situation has reached a crucial point. That is according to Rudy Joseph, an activist who accused officials of ignoring due process during arrests. Every day, children are left abandoned at school. Uh, um, I guess I have to make way because the Dominicans are being deported from Puerto Rico. ICE is deporting them from Puerto Rico. So I guess they have to make way for them people coming back. But I was sure when we did some research last week that if you are seeking status, refugee status or asylum status in in the DR, there is a process and all they have to do is follow the process. And my question then is still my question today. When the Haitians go over to the Dominican Republic and they're seeking refuge, of course, because of what's going on, the unrest that's there in Port-au-Prince, are they following the proper channels? And I sincerely hope they are. Now, if they have not, I can't say the DR is wrong for deporting them, right? Um, but if they have submitted their applications, I hope these are not people they're automatically dispelling and pushing back across the border. Again, I will say we have to bring the US into the conversation. The instability that is going on there in Haiti, the US has a hand in it. And this is not something new, this is a historical event. We go back in history, started many years ago. Of course, we know the history with France, but you may say, okay, how does the US come into play? Well, the United Nations has been in Haiti since 19, how long? From Jesus was a little boy. And there has been no um, no reform. Let me put it that way. We also have to highlight the concern of that Haiti has been robbed. What do you call it? Right, left, and center. Haiti has been robbed. How? Number one, they had to pay reparations to France for over a period of 100 years. So their economic gains were eliminated because of them having to settle the reparatory debt to France because they were bold and brave to end slavery, to overthrow their colonizers, right? So that was the price they had to pay for loss of revenue to their slave masters. Then you fast forward to the early 1900s when um, Citigroup Citigroup, you have the gold that belongs to Haiti. I think you still have it. I don't know. But when the US extracted the gold out of Haiti for quote unquote safekeeping, when will it be returned to Haiti? And then when the US constantly puts people in positions of leadership in Haiti against the will of the Haitian people. We all know that Haiti has some resources, right? And there are so many assumptions and conclusions that we can draw based on the things that are presented to us on the internet in news articles. Unrest is not created without cause. Let's remember that. And we can look at what is happening in Gaza. We can look at what is happening in the Congo right now. Wherever there are resources that are needed, there is unrest. And I will stop right there for now. Not sure if anyone wants to add anything before I move on. Um, I don't know if the US cares to have a conversation with the leadership of the Dominican Republic, right? I don't care. I'm not, not care. I don't know if the leaders in Haiti, the political figures in Haiti, care to have a conversation with the leaders in the Dominican Republic to see what can be done to remedy the situation, right? Because we're pushing people back across the border into death's trap. Let me put it that way, into death's trap. So we keep our fingers crossed and we continue. Yes, I heard about that too. Julie says, and in the U.S. Virgin Islands, they made a big sweep in St. Croix. Yes, I heard about that. So are they look? You know, I think we've exhausted the concerns and the conversation. Yeah, everything is up in the air where that is concerned. But our prayers continue to the people of Haiti. All right. Up next, VOA Creole, U.S. gifts, according to VOA Creole, voanews.com, U.S. gives Haitian National Police equipment for anti-gang fight. All right. Let's go ahead and read this one. The U.S. State Department gave Haiti's National Police Force equipment such as vehicles and other items to be used in the effort to tackle gang violence and re-establish security. American Ambassador Dennis Hankins spoke at a ceremony in Port-au-Prince where he announced the US was giving Haiti's police force and the Kenyan-led multinational security force dispatched to the restive Caribbean country 600 guns, 9 vehicles, 2 trucks, and other materials. Will those things bring peace to Haiti? How long have we been tackling gang violence in Haiti? When was Jovenel Moise assassinated? Sorry, I have to watch my vocabulary. Oh, by the way, we have to watch our vocabulary because we do have there's a list of words that we're banned from using.
When are you going to send us the list?
I just got wind of it last night.
Okay.
I just got wind of it.
How many
Um,
times did we violate?
a lot,
Mm.
a lot. I have to step away for a second. Someone is at my door. Please, I apologize. So bear with me. Yeah, I gotta step away real quick.
Mr. Days After Dark, is that the flower delivery for your side chick?
No, Miss Javed. That's tomorrow. Half price.
Oh yeah, okay.
Nah. I'm not sure who's at the door. Not sure. She probably get a flower from somebody else, probably from Ro or somebody. I don't know.
Why you think it's a woman?
True. I guess it's just the instinct, but it could be from Mr. President or AT. I know.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know. Just assuming.
It's probably James.
It's possible.
All right, I'm back. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What did I miss? What did I miss?
James sending you flowers for Valentine's Day.
James. Where's James? I don't see him in the space.
When you went to check the door, they probably think James sent you flowers.
Oh, no, sir. No, man. Go make sure the side gate open. Um, yeah. Where was that? What was I talking about before I left?
You were talking about the U.S. sending military equipment to
Okay.
Haiti.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Thank you. We need to go drink some ginseng. All right, that is where we were. All right, yeah. So let's see if that will bring any peace and stability to the island of Haiti. Since 2021, let's just go back there. There has been unrest since the assassination of Jovenel Moise. What happened to his wife? We have any updates on the story with his wife? Don't know. Interesting, I must say. All right, next up, let's head on over to our next story. I want more joy, less killing. That's according to Jamaicans saying police alone cannot quell gang crime. Let's go ahead and let me pin this article first. And I do apologize if you hear any noise in the background. Let me apologize for that. All right. So, according to theguardian.com, the Operation Restoration Christian School sits amid a line of patched up housing blocks and street side cook shops in Trench Town in an area known as one of Kingston's inner city crime hotspots. It was founded as a haven for children caught up in gang violence. And I want to stop right there for a second. I'm going to jump on Google because I want to know who the member of parliament is for Trenchtown. And this is going to go back to something we were talking about. Was it yesterday or, well, definitely this week? Oh, we were talking about social housing project, the social housing project. And many of these communities that I mentioned, I brought up their names, Rima, Jungle, Riverton, back to Tivoli, Trenchtown, Waterhouse, Warwick Hills. From I was a girl, many of these communities have remained the same. What have the representatives, the members of parliament who represent these communities, done to change the trajectory of these communities? It's 2025. What has changed? So I need to know who the MP is for what the place name? Trenchtown. And Trenchtown, I'm sure you've heard the name in songs. Uh, Bob Marley grew up in Trenchtown, although he was born in the beautiful parish of St. Anne up in the hills of 9 Miles. He grew up in Trenchtown. A lot of Jamaican artists back in the day, reggae singers in particular, um, came out of Trenchtown, right? Okay. Who is the this typing skills is off for Trenchtown. All right, Jamaica. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Where is it? Why I can't get a direct answer? Hmm. Who are the representatives for? So Trenchtown would fall under St. Andrews South, and the MPs are for the PNP. This is not right. This don't look like it up to date. 2000. I'm looking for 2020. What year are we now? 2025? All right. Let me go 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
2024. Let me see because all right, St. Andrew Southern. I don't know if this is right. I need to verify this. Trenchtown, Jamaica elections, local government 2024. St. Andrew, PNP Sarah Marshall, JLP Maria Christian. All right. Okay. I don't know if that's accurate. I just need to do a double check on that. But anyway, let me get back to the article. Inside, boys in smart khaki uniforms and I'm sorry, I got a text message that took my attention away. I do apologize. All right. The Operation Restoration Christian School sits amid a line of patched up housing blocks and street side cook shops in Trenchtown, in an area known as one of Kingston's inner city crime hotspots. It was founded as a haven for children caught up in gang violence. Inside, boys in smart khaki uniforms and girls in yellow shirts and pleated burgundy skirts sit chatting in groups. The classrooms are adorned with images of Jamaican heroes such as Marcus Garvey, and past prime ministers. A reminder to the children, says the principal Robert Dixon, of what they might one day accomplish. But outside the school walls, the stark reality of crime and poverty is clear. Modest, if colorful, painted houses are secured by burglar bars, others are crudely built with zinc sheets and bits of wood. Along the road are makeshift speed bumps constructed by locals to prevent drive by shootings. Some streets detour into an intricate maze of alleys sandwiched by zinc sheet walls. Originally created as shortcuts, such chappies or trappies are often used by people running from the police. On a recent afternoon, a line of army vehicles had pulled up not too far from the school by a barrier of drums, tires, and tree branches. Two soldiers in moss green combat uniforms and bulletproof jackets stood at the entrance of a house, rifles held across their chests as angry neighbors shouted and filmed them with their mobiles. We heard someone shouting, "Murder! Murder!" inside, cried one woman who said her uncle was one of two men who lived there. "We are not seeing my uncle, so we are not sure if he's dead or alive." The incident came amid a crackdown launched last month by Jamaican authorities after a spike in homicides. Late in January, there was a fresh wave of unrest after the fatal police shooting of the powerful gang boss Othniel Thickman Loban. States of emergency were declared in parts of the country, giving the police additional powers to conduct searches and arrest suspects. Jamaica has one of the highest homicide rates in the region. And in recent years, it has struggled with a surge in gang-related violence. But official figures do show a 13% drop in murders. In January, that was compared with the same month last year, reflecting a downward trend in homicide rates over the past 2 years. Meanwhile, the number of people fatally shot by security forces in January rose from 13 in 2024 to 28 this year. Experts say that figures reflect an anti crime strategy that needs to be broadened to address problems rooted in complex combinations of social, political, and economic factors. Dr. Herbert Gale, an anthropologist of gang violence at the University of the West Indies, warned that the police were under unsustainable pressure, which risked creating a situation in which officers are war ready. War ready people suffer from fear. And if they are suffering from the fear factor, they may harm people unnecessarily, he said. To address the root causes of violent crime, many of which are related to money, a range of ministries need to be involved, not just the security forces. And education, he added, should be one of the priorities. The experiences of students at the Operation Restoration School illustrate the scale of the challenge. The school, founded by Lorna Stanley, who was later recognized for her contributions to the community with a Jamaica Order of Distinction, supports pupils aged 12 to 17 struggling with numeracy and literacy. But while the children are full of potential, the challenge, she said, is that they are battling past traumas. One 14-year-old girl, whose parent was shot dead when they were just an infant, said that the sight of guns was an everyday part of life, adding, most of the time, we're afraid. Most of the time, we just accept it because it's normal. She said, I want to see more joy, less gun violence, less killing. I want to see less of those gangs that call themselves different names in my community. Dixon said he had seen the power of education and how it can turn wayward boys and girls into law abiding, productive citizens, with some becoming agents of change within their communities. But he warned that it was an uphill battle for children who are often caught in a cycle of crime. I have children who saw their parents killed in front of them. So there is also an intergenerational element. It's like the trauma is passed down. These children have learned to respond to conflict with immediate threats or violence. Diana Thorburn, an expert from the Jamaica think tank Caribbean Policy Research Institute, said that schools alone cannot tackle the instability of the home environment that many children return to every day, or the governance of communities, which are often controlled by powerful criminal overlords known as dons. Improving primary education is essential, but there's only so far that that can go when you consider the other factors that contribute to outcomes. Many of these communities are ungoverned spaces. The state can't go in there. The state doesn't even know how many people are in there. They're not paying for electricity. They're not paying for water. Some of them don't even have papers, such as birth certificates. The political structures of those communities, the governance structures of those communities, the fact that those communities are fundamentally insecure and that they serve as safe havens for gangs, that is the root of the problem. Any kind of solution for such communities should start with basics, such as regularizing land ownership so people have a legal claim to where they live. Jamaica's Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, has called for a global war on gangs. The threats facing Jamaica, he said, were transnational and required greater international coordination. Holness has pledged to rid communities of the gangs, which he said were responsible for more than 70% of murders in Jamaica, and the gang bosses who often take on leadership roles in communities. Appealing to communities to stop supporting gangs, he said in a statement, there is a sense, and we have seen it displayed publicly, that somehow The gangs are protectors of the community or are your friends. The gangs are not your protectors. They are not your friends. They are using you. I'll stop right there for now. How long has Trenchtown been classified as a low income community? How long has Trenchtown been a community of concern? And other communities that I named. And these communities have members of parliament. These communities, with their members of parliament that represent them, these communities voted for these members of parliament. What was promised to them in exchange for their vote? Were they ever promised a better life, better communities, that the communities would be knocked down and rebuilt bit by bit, that they would tear down the zinc fence, see to it that their safety? What was promised to these community members for them to go to the polls on election day and vote for them but have nothing at the end of it? If you are not going to do anything to uplift the community, they have no choice but to turn to what they know. They can't, if they can't count on you to do for them to change their outcomes, guess what? They have no choice but to turn to those who not love them, but them sure. What choices are we giving them?
So I'm listening to this article, and it seems like they're expressing the violence is just on the people who live in that community, dismissing the fact that the people that are supposed to protect them, as well as the people that are supposed to control the money and help the community, like you just said, aren't playing their part. So, how do you expect it to change? Shouldn't it start from the top down versus the bottom up?
Agreed. And remember when I asked the question, Ja, do they care about these communities? Or are they advised to keep these communities in the state that they're in? Because if it's poor people come out of these communities, where them get the gun them from? Gun no make a Jamaica. So who providing them with these guns? The ammunition figure in a the gun them. And they're constantly having raids in these communities. Sounds like design to me. Go right ahead.
I always have some pushback.
Yeah, man. Come with it.
In all fairness to the authorities, though a lot of the politicians are not doing what they're supposed to do and are not properly representing the communities, it takes more than just a politician wanting change, or it takes an entire systematic change. It takes many, many different players to start to make a dent. Remember, the lifestyles and the things you are reading in the story is entrenched in the community. There is lack of trust for authorities and everything like that. The police.
I'm so sorry, online radio and YouTube Live. I just got kicked out of fan base. We're having some serious issues with fan base, and it seems to be getting worse. But I'm gonna go ahead and try to get back in. I apologize. I apologize. All right. No, I'm not seeing the space in the hallways. Anyone listening on YouTube, are you also in fan base? Are you able to send me the link? I would appreciate that because I'm not seeing it here. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. I need someone to send me the link. Send me the link. Send me the link, please. All right, let me try something else. Oh boy. And I know it doesn't lend to good production. Let's see if I can get back in.
It's more complex than just going in and make a raid. And I could tell you, going to raid in these communities makes no difference. As you see, based on the road network, the way it is set up, if the police enter the compound, by the time it get to where the guns and ammunitions are, it is well sealed, taken away, put up. It is very difficult for the police who do not know these communities to get anything. So the raid is sure, it might be good intention. Even in cases when they get a tip off, by the time you could get to the place where you need to retrieve the weapons and so, it's gone. Because, and on top of that, you have police that is working with the communities. Hence the reason why that guy, I can't remember his name, when he was in charge and he's going on a raid, no police could even take their phone. They don't know where they're going. They can't take their phone, and that's why he was a little more effective than the others. So something like that is something that has to be, you have to come up with programs, and each program has to be tailor-made for the community in question, because the cultures and dynamics of each community is different. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So it is something that has to be comprehensive. It is not easy to tackle, but to start to make a change, you have to become allies of the community. To become allies of the community, you have to win the people over. To win the people over, there is a lot. Because then you have the dance and then with the corn beef and biscuit politics, where people saying, well, me, I get 2 pounds of sugar from this person, I get a piece of meat, whatever. So I like him. I get a shoes, I get whatever. So it's not just to go in and give them stuff, because then you create an entitlement class as opposed to people that want change. So you have to educate them, you have to show them that there is a better way of life. Some people don't know there is another way of life. You have to provide counseling services and stuff like that. But you have to become allied to the communities, because if you don't get the community trust, you don't have no inroads. It has to be targeted specifically by the Jamaica government, and all the stakeholders have to be on board. You have to probably start to one area, make it an example, and people could say, you know what, yes, it can happen. Then you would use the same people that you help transform to give testimonials and to walk along with you, because they know the trappings of those societies. If we're doing it the way we're doing it here now, Jamaica will be crime-ridden 50 years from now. I yield.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you. I don't want to lose hope. I don't want to give up. I know there are many people within these communities who want better. And we owe them that. We owe them the opportunity to live in places and spaces that they can be proud of. I don't have a problem if our tax dollars are used to rehabilitate these communities. Knock down them shantytown style buildings. Knock them down. That's what I'm calling for. Instill some sense of pride in these people. They're human beings too. And for decades, they have been living in squalor. We find and use taxpayers' dollars for so many frivolous things. Let us use it to enhance the lives of these people. But everyone has to be on board. Politicians cannot just show up when it's time to collect votes, hand out a box food, pay a school fee, hug up a person. No, that does absolutely nothing for the community. I'm not saying just continue to feed them, but can teach them how to fish so they can feed themselves for a lifetime. And that analogy can be used in so many different ways, interpreted in so many different ways. Give them a sense of hope. Give them a place where they can feel free, When you clean up the community, you minimize the possibility of these communities being overrun by gangs and crime and so on and so forth. If we say we care, we have to show that we care, little by little, and the change can start now. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
On top of that, part of caring is auditing and not losing money.
Throw the stone them, Jack. Fling the stone them. Some big rock stone here dropping at the hog penny now.
Because I understand what Mr. President said or just mentioned, but how do you take care of the community when you can't find the community's money?
Yes. At the same time, we cannot discount that there's politicians that are just like political prostitutes. They're going there to benefit for themselves and themselves alone. And these politicians also benefit from the community being in the way it is because they come in once every 4 years or so, or every 5 years. They spend a little money up front, make everybody happy, make them a whole heap of promises until the next time when they come and renew the promises or the same promises and give them a little money again. And that's it. When they're going, they come in thousandaire, they come back out millionaire within a space of 2-3 years. That's what it is about. So the corrupt system, and so they're not interested in that. Let me give an example. Damian Crawford spent an elaborate amount of time speaking about the education system in Jamaica that need urgent addressing and stuff like that. I didn't hear of any comprehensive change or anything to make that change. A year after, or a year and some after, CSEC or CXC, I'm not sure how you call it in Jamaica, the result came out. And everybody was so amazed of how dismal the score was, why Jamaica was failing, why so much people below. When he gave a detailed analysis as to what was happening at the primary and secondary school level. And these people are ostracized, even in their own party. Lisa Hanna, you don't have to agree with everything she said, but she makes some very good points. But they are disregarded as political opponents, as whatever it is, they are discarded. But these are people, at least, that promotes agendas that you can see has some logic in it and can make some difference for the communities. You know? When you have, for instance, the Prime Minister's wife as the Speaker of the House and stuff like that, I mean, come on. It's like we're playing games with people. There is no independence. You understand? And these are the kind of things that we have to stamp out. And as you said, when you have an Auditor General that is saying so many departments of government is non-compliance, and when we have the the unaccountable, how much $1 million and $1 billion that is missing, they haven't lost it, it's just unaccounted for or something like that. Whatever Guinea hen make ram good story they give us, then it comes back to the same thing you're saying, Ja. They must be able to account for stuff. But we need a leader and a group of people who really cares, not people that give you lip service. But what can I say?
What can we say indeed? What they say? The snake. What we have to do with the snake?
You have to chop off his head, not his tail.
It's not that these communities can't be changed. It's not that they can't be changed. Not at all. But those who have the power to change them don't want to. And it's time the people in these communities wake up. It's time for them to wake up and recognize that them in this community, from them grandmother, then grandparents, great grandparents, and it just go from generation to generation, and it's a cycle. It's a cycle. Pay attention. It's a cycle. But what I'll say to the citizens of these communities, Don't waste your time waiting for them to fix it for you. You're going to have to come together and fix it for yourselves. It's the unfortunate truth. You're going to have to come together and fix it for yourselves. Take advantage of all the programs that are out there, all the welfare programs. Take advantage of all the institutions, for example, the Heart Trust, where you can go and get free training, free skills training. Take advantage of it. All of you young people, get up, go get the skills training, form corporations for yourself, companies for yourself, pool your resources, pool your skill sets, pool your talents, and uplift your communities for yourself. You have to care about yourselves more than anybody else going to care about you. And little by little, you can change it. And you know what's going to happen? When they see you starting to change your communities, that's a life going on. Nobody no want rub shoulders with you or align with you until you're doing good. Nobody wants to respect you until they see you at a certain place or position in life. And that is a sad truth. So my recommendation, love yourselves more than anybody else will ever love you. Pool your resources, pool your skills, come together, start to change the trajectory of your communities yourselves, and then people are going to want to work with you and fight for you and advocate for you more at that point. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Moments. Another thing we could do, people like Hussein Bolt and them who we know love the community. They are suffer powers, some of the entertainers and so on. These are people that could go into any community in Jamaica. You have to form partnership with them because I know they will do it for the country and help them to break the ice and to implement some of this, let them help you to implement some of these programs and so. You use their star power when it's convenient to you. You could use it to help build the country. And I know a lot of them, especially Hussein, because whatever you see, he always represents Jamaica, and people like that will come on board with you to make a difference in people's lives. We've seen it happen, for instance, in Ivory Coast. I think Didier Drogba was able to bring together warring factions through a football match to change the course of the country. So we could do these things.
Yeah. We can't give up. We have to keep hope alive. All right. Moving right along. Next up, Lisa Hanna confirms retirement from politics this year. Such a shame. Such a shame. Ah, boy. I was hoping she wouldn't step down. I was hoping that she would, be more involved, but it is what it is. So it is. According to Caribbean National Weekly.com on Thursday, during the official ceremonial opening of Parliament, Lisa Hanna, Member of Parliament for St. Anne's Southeastern, confirmed her retirement from politics. Hanna, a long-standing figure in the People's National Party (PNP), expressed gratitude to the people of Jamaica for their unwavering support over the years. This year is my last walk to Parliament, so when the Prime Minister calls the election, I will not be seeking re-election. But like everything else, you've been on a journey with me throughout my life. And I will take you on the other part of my journey, she stated in an interview with CVM TV. The next general election in Jamaica is due by September this year. Hanna first entered Parliament in 2007 after winning the St. Anne's Southeastern seat for the PNP, making her one of the youngest women ever elected to the Jamaican Parliament. Throughout her tenure, she held key positions, including opposition spokesperson on information, youth and culture, before being appointed Minister of Youth and Culture in 2012. As minister, she spearheaded several critical initiatives, including the development of the Green Paper for the National Youth Policy 2015 to 2030, aimed at addressing the diverse needs of Jamaican youth. She also played a pivotal role in revamping. She also played a pivot. Give me 1 second, folks. 1 second. 1 second. Bear with me. I have to step away. 1 second. All right. Thank you so much. I apologize. Thank you for that. Okay, where was I? As minister, she spearheaded several critical initiatives, including the development of the Green Paper for the National Youth Policy 2015 to 2030, aimed at addressing the diverse needs of Jamaican youth. She also played a pivotal role in revamping the National Foster Care Program, ensuring the placement of over 855 children with 800 families. Under her leadership, the Ananda Alert System was strengthened, leading to the safe return of 85% of missing children in August 2013. Hannah's advocacy extended beyond youth welfare. She successfully lobbied for the declaration of Jamaica's Blue and John Crow Mountains as a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2015, the first such designation for Jamaica and the Caribbean. Her contributions to national policy and development earned her recognition both locally and internationally, including her participation in a UNICEF conference in New York in 2016, where she outlined strategies for improving the welfare of Jamaican children. After an unsuccessful bid for PNP leadership in 2020, where she narrowly lost to Mark Golding, Hannah pivoted to media and international advisory roles. She became a weekly columnist for the Jamaica Observer, discussing issues ranging from agricultural advancements to her advocacy for Bob Marley as a national hero. In 2022, she was appointed to APCO Worldwide's International Advisory Council, focusing on food security, trade, and gender related security concerns in the Caribbean and Latin America. Although Lisa Hanna initially announced in August 2022 that she would not contest the next general election, her recent confirmation cements her departure from representational politics. Last year, the former Miss World, who once served as opposition spokesperson on foreign affairs and foreign trade, was not among the over 20 people named in the PNP's shadow cabinet. You know, it is unfortunate. It is truly unfortunate. She has accomplished a lot. She's a positive force within the political realm in Jamaica. But I totally understand, Lisa Hannah. I totally understand. I get it.
But here's the thing, we're asking people to join. And then when they join, you're unfortunately making it uncomfortable for them to stay. And now they have to choose between staying or going. I understand how she feels because some of the stuff that I volunteer from, I had to step away from because the stress was just not worth it as much as you try to do good.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. Go ahead, James. I get it.
Yeah, this is crazy. That's a big loss for Jamaica,
Yes.
and even a bigger loss for the PNP because they're going to be out in the wilderness for a long time without someone like her.
Hmm.
Because I don't know why what's his name felt like he couldn't just he should have the same way how Bruce Golding advocated for Andrew Holness to even people were upset with Bruce Golding that how you pushing this young boy, to the front of the line when people were here waiting for decades. And it worked out for them, right?
Mhm.
He brought a certain level of energy and charisma to it. And Lisa have all of those type of things. So all thing I had to do was just, step aside and put her to the front to go up against Andrew Holness, and they would have been in a better position. But what is a greedy choke puppy or something like that?
Mhm.
Yeah, so the greed for power. And the irony is that one of the other biggest loss was, as I said a couple weeks ago, her ex-husband was one of the biggest loss that the JLP faced because Edward Seaga at the time didn't. He was, hungry for power, and he didn't want to push up this young guy that was a brilliant mind at the time, and he just walked away from politics. So we have all of these brilliant people, young people in Jamaica, and that can make a difference. And we just keep them one side until they get fed up and say, you know what, no more. So I don't know what's going to happen in terms of like, I see he kind of make amends with Damon Crawford, but I hope when him lose the election, he will step down and make somebody else come and thing and not try and hold on, because they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose 100%. They might get back some more seats, but they're gonna lose. Yeah, but it's sad though. It's a big loss for Jamaica.
It is. I'm disheartened. I'm disheartened to see this happen, to see her step down. But as I said, I get it. I understand it.
It's ironic. I was talking about the same thing prior to you reading the story, right? It's the same two names I mentioned.
Yes. Yes. Ironic indeed. But Lisa, I want to say thank you so much for your years of service. You served in my parish, St. Anne, not the area I'm from, but you served and you did a phenomenal job, and you're loved by the people. You'll forever be loved by the people. And I sincerely hope that in your capacity as a regular civilian, you will continue to do what you can for the community. Even though you're no longer going to be a part of representational politics, I hope that you'll be able to inspire others to do the right thing, to continue forging a path filled with possibilities, with success, with growth. You will be missed, but as we say, walk good, my friend. Walk good.
What I like about Lisa and Crawford, right? Hannah and Crawford, is that when they identify a problem, they don't just speak about it, they provide possible solutions.
Yes.
And many of us just criticize. They would see a problem and they would say, this is some way we could address it. And I think more of us should do that in our criticism, and we probably will help make a change. That is what I like about them. Whether you agree or disagree with their politics, their method or so, they make recommendations to solving a problem, which I think is good.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Go
Yeah,
ahead, James. Go ahead.
yeah. The thing to like when she won, 93, I think was the same year when Nelson Mandela got released from prison, and she was one of the first Jamaicans that were able to meet Nelson Mandela and all that. And Nelson Mandela came to Jamaica, one of the first place. I think he came to Jamaica and then Cuba because of the role that Jamaicans played in, apartheid and like fighting against apartheid. And Jamaica was the first country that said we're not doing business with South Africa, and then Barbados, then Trinidad, until so like all of that history, and I don't know, and she's been she represent Jamaica not only as Miss
World,
mm-hmm. but she has represented Jamaica as a diplomat on that the highest level mm-hmm. since that time, and I don't know. Hopefully she change her mind, but because I don't, apart from Damon Crawford, I don't see anybody else. What's her name? She seemed like she was going to be a rising star, but
who is that?
Beanie Man X.
Crystal Tomlinson.
Crystal, she seemed like she was going to be, but then she make her mouth get the best of her and then kick her out.
What should it say again?
She say I will for something like Hitler and something like I will for something. She say I will for things. But she's very smart, but she didn't know when to hold back. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it that she don't know when to hold back, or is that they, so I remember oh Lord, let me be careful. I remember some years ago, as a woman in politics, they want you to be quiet. That's so. Is it that she don't know when to keep her mouth, or is that they don't like that she's able to speak up? Because remember, and it's kind of the same issue I'm having with Lisa back to 22 when you remember when she's decided to step aside. They don't like women who are a force to be reckoned with. Am I lying?
Yeah, but the thing is, I think she started talking too strong a bit too early because she started talking before she
Oh, so she
was
must
in the
wait on.
PMP,
So
right? She
she's
was
to
in the PMP.
wait. When is the opportune time to
No,
speak
but
out strong as a woman?
no. What I'm saying, she was in. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to kiss before you kick. Like she could have hold back a little bit because before she was in the what do you call them, the PMPYO, the university version of the party. She was like, I think, the head of the I think they call it PMPYO. I can't remember, but some of her the raw statement that was made was from when she was there, and she still got brought up into the party pretty much, and I guess she was, I don't know, she was saying a lot, even though like I like her, but she was saying a lot.
But a lot about what? I need some substance. What was she saying that was so erroneous? What was she saying that was rubbing them the wrong way?
She used some strong word like Hitler and them type of word there.
Was she saying that certain people were behaving like Hitler?
Something like that, yeah.
So if they were behaving like Hitler, why she can't see them behaving like Hitler?
No, because you know, moments. Yeah.
You see, that is a problem, I have with society, and this is a problem I have with men, especially men who are in positions of power.
Some men.
Not, yeah, you're right. Some men. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for the correction. I don't want to blanket to all men. The minute a woman is able to speak up and she has a voice and she's able to air that, they have a problem with it. Oh, we must shut up and talk when it's appropriate. And when we're given the opportunity to speak, we must carefully articulate our thoughts so as not to offend anyone. We are not allowed to call a spade, but men can call a spade a spade. What can go so?
And a jack and a hoe and anything else that you want to garden tool it.
Thank you. You see, that is the problem. And that is why egos are going to ruin economies. Egos are going to ruin countries. Because of bruised egos when a woman speaks up. If somebody is behaving like Napoleon, and I say you are displaying Napoleon syndrome, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? If you are displaying Napoleon syndrome, that you are displaying, you're going to take offense. How about you check yourself? You see, another thing too, a lot of people who are in positions of power, they believe they are beyond reproach. You can't tell them when they're wrong. You can't correct them. Them is high and mighty. And a part of that is attributed to the fact that they have fallen in line with their predecessors, right? They look up to some people, and instead of emulating the right things, they instead hold on to the wrong. And they propel those behaviors. And that is the problem in politics in Jamaica. And that is why I was told, do not get involved in politics in Jamaica.
It's not just Jamaica. It's women in power in general.
Moments. I don't think, yes, there are some chauvinist men out there, and the status quo is full of them. But in the Jamaica context, especially, do you know how people get recruited into both parties into Jamaica? You know, in at university, when I visited there, right? Do you know there are literally two parties on university in Jamaica? And they are groomed from there, sometimes financed for projects and so on, and handpicked. So by the time they get into the party, they are well adapted, because they wouldn't pick you if they can't control you or if you don't have a certain things they're looking for. That's one. Secondly, go to politics anywhere, even during the Caribbean. Anybody, look at Damian Crawford, not a woman, and he was sidelining his own party. In his own party. Anybody that speaks out against the status quo, anybody that wants to shake up the way things are done, is seen as a threat and will be dealt with, and in a lot of cases, made an example of. And in case of Lisa Hanna's and the rest, the people like them, they're popular, whatever, then you have to go up there even harder. So yes, the chauvinist things exist, but a lot of it too is the status quo. Once you challenge the status quo, they don't just deal with you. They try to make an example of you to deter anyone else who would dare do it.
You're not lying. You're not lying. All right, moving right along. Next up, we head on over to Trinidad and Tobago. TNT. So TNT Energy 2025. Woodside and Trinidad finalized terms for deep water gas. This article courtesy of energiesnet.com. The government of Trinidad and Tobago and Woodside Energy, the government of Trinidad, have reached an initial agreement on the commercial terms for developing the company's Calypso deep water gas discoveries, moving the project one step closer to final investment decision. This is according to a Woodside executive and 3 people with knowledge of the talks. The Caribbean country, Latin America's largest exporter of liquefied natural gas, is pushing producers, especially those offshore, to accelerate natural gas output in order to resume full use of its gas processing capacity. LNG output and exports have been curtailed in recent years by lack of gas. Under the agreement, which was completed and signed in recent weeks, the 2 neighboring deepwater blocks where Woodside has confirmed 3.5 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves will be combined or unitized, only preserving the acreage where the discoveries were made, cutting Woodside costs. The arrangement is set to reduce the company's tax liability, as Woodside would pay taxes and many upfront payments, including bonuses on 1 and not 2 blocks, the sources said. Also in Trinidad and Tobago, this one was very disturbing. Mr. President, when you sent this over to me, Trini family on NY scam charges gets 418 years. When I saw the figure, I was like, huh? Then that's real? You sure this is not a typo? This can't be correct. Anyway, let me go ahead and get in. It's 2 articles. I'm just going to run them back to back, if you don't mind. And they are, of course, appealing. Why don't want to look hot? But Jackass said the world is not level. And it is true that the scales of justice are not balanced. But anyway, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and read this one. First article, according to stabroicnews.com. Out of New York, a Queens judge sentenced 3 members of a Richmond Hill family to serve a combined 418 years in jail for a brazen immigration and real estate scam. The couple and their daughter, all originally from Trinidad and Tobago and dubbed the Ramsundar Gang by Queens Supreme Court Justice Kenneth Holder, were found guilty of defrauding 19 families of US $1.8 million over 6 years. Holder said his harsh sentences were nothing compared to the street justice the family would have faced back in their native TNT. He said, "You and I know that if you did this fraud and paraded and strutted it in your own country, you would have probably been hacked to death." Wow. That's what Holder said to the family, which immigrated from TNT in the 90s. Shane Ramsundar, who is 53, wife Gomati, 47, and daughter Chantel, 24, were found guilty of grand larceny, money laundering, criminal impersonation, and other charges during a 3-month trial. Holder had no sympathy for any of them. The tough judge even had one of their victims who suffers from multiple sclerosis stand up in court so Shane could see him. Holder said the family's crimes nearly killed that victim, who lost so much money he couldn't afford medication. Holder said, now it's your turn to hear your return on your investment for these crimes. This is what he said before sentencing the ringleader, Dad, to 78 and a half years to 235 years in prison and fining him US $1.8 million. Wife, Gomati, was sentenced to 51 to 153 years in prison and fined US $221,090, while daughter Chantel was sentenced to 10 to 30 years and fined US $182,180. The courtroom was packed with victims and even jurors waiting to hear Holder scold the trio for swindling neighbors out of their life savings to fuel their lavish lifestyle. Dad Shane pretended to be an FBI agent and swindled 12 victims out of US $300,000, promising to get them removed from a terrorist watch list and a deportation list, while also scoring them green cards. The Ramsandars also claimed their ties to feds allowed them to buy cut-rate properties seized in Florida and Queens from tax evaders and drug dealers. The couple then convinced the victims to give them money, promising to obtain mortgages for them. And we just go right into the other article, courtesy of SurinameTimes.com. The members of the family in New York who were found guilty and sentenced to 3 years, who were found guilty and sentenced 3 years ago for conning Caribbean immigrants of more than $1.8 million have appealed the sentences. A couple and their daughter, originally from Trinidad, have appealed the sentence handed down by the U.S. court that jailed them for a total of 418 years for conning 19 Caribbean immigrants out of more than $1.8 billion. Do we think the sentence fits the crime?
For me, at the end of the day, I don't even care. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I
Lord
don't
John,
even care.
I don't care.
Consequences. You're sitting and living lavishly, using other people's hard-earned cash. Whatever you get, you get.
Ouch. Ouch. 1.8 million US. That's not money that. That's a one house, one car, 2 shoes, and a handbag.
But that's from 19 people. So this, you can just see that these 19 people don't even make probably living wages. Right? So you know what? I don't care. Sorry.
I care. And here's why I care. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think the punishment fits the crime. They have been sentenced to life pretty much. It's life imprisonment. There are people out here who kill people and not get that amount of time. Literally kill people, murder people, and not get that. Let's be honest.
Well, you have to understand, right? Although it's a fraud case, and you're focusing on the scamming people, the impersonation of an FBI officer, and all the other, there's a myriad of charges, that is into the fraud case. So the fraud case itself may not even have gotten them that much if they are just scamming people, but all the other stuff that they do, you know how serious it is to impersonate a federal officer?
So on Halloween, we can dress up like a federal officer for Halloween.
And a Halloween police guard.
So We can't dress up like an officer on Halloween and
Yeah, but
say
on a serious
you're
note,
under arrest.
I think it's all this other stuff, you know. And
You
on
can
top
do
of
that to Mr. Days After Dark. Yes.
and on top of that, when you have people who need medication and
Yeah.
almost die and all the stuff like that,
Yeah.
then that is more.
Mhm.
And look at how much people, and on top of that, a lot of the Caribbean nationals get caught in it because they're thinking, trusting these people, thinking, okay, you go help me get the mortgage and get the land, you bring your money. A lot of them people don't even realize it was fraudulent. They're thinking it's just an agent that these people have access to. Yeah, you could buy property in Florida and stuff. Some people that's their whole retirement money and stuff like that. And you're doing these things and living comfortable every day, eating high on the hog. No, man.
Don't bring the hog into this, because the hog is innocent. A hog sweet, especially when you jerk it. But yes, seriously speaking. Whew, why?
That's why I say I don't care.
Yeah, me not like this lick at. The lick man. 418 years. So let this be a lesson to anyone who is indulging in this sort of behavior. Ripping off people, innocent people, people trusting you, giving you their life things. Because you know something, when you talk about it, everybody wants to own a home and everybody wants to be able to leave something for a family member, them children or them grandchildren, so on and so forth. You come to this country and you bust your ass. And you know, yesterday in the after hours, we spoke about how hard immigrants work in this country. They put on the horse blinders and them press gas. You sit down and complain about the pay. Them say no worry, don't watch no face. 2-3 jobs, some of them grind out. Not being able to go back home to their home country for years because they're on this mission and they grind and they work. Some of them 7 days a week, juggling 3 jobs. And they're saving because they have a dream. And you can pull that from under them. It's hot. It's hot. It's hard.
Imagine you have your 4 sons, right? That you're bringing up. And this person come and swindle the money from you now. And then the same sons and money you save to send them to college, you don't have it. You think it's only your life that's affected? Because they can't even go to school now. You just no man. As according to Javid, I don't care.
Moments.
Yeah.
The first time I got my own apartment, okay, I wasn't even 20 yet, right? All I had was a radio, stereo, and a typewriter. So I'm aging myself, right? And then my mother gave me this dress that she used to wear, a very flashy dress that I got tailored to fit my body because I was going to go to a good party in college.
Mm-hmm.
And I moved into my apartment a Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
And then Monday night, I got up, went to work. And by the time the train dropped me to my office and I sat down, I got a phone call that my apartment was broken into.
Ooh.
Just those little items, they stole the three couple of things that I just told you, even the dress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay? You know how that made me feel? When I'm barely scraping it and just saved enough to get my first apartment by myself.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, I get it.
And I always said if I ever went out and saw anybody in that dress, it was gonna be on. Let me just tell you, it was gonna be on.
On and popping. And the judge is right, you know. Had they done this in Trinidad and Tobago, they probably wouldn't be alive today. The judge is right.
Oh, that's what I meant to ask you. Where did they get what jail, what country
This
they
is
gonna
up in
be
New
again?
York. This is up in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The judge Judge Holder is right. Because in a Jamaica, thief a man go to make them catch you and see what happened to you. A 9 night a keep. You go into certain communities in Jamaica and thief their animal and then catch you. 9 night a keep. Guaranteed. If you don't know what 9 night is, that's the jubilation before the burial. So can you imagine? It's wickedness. It is wickedness. It is wickedness. I was trying to have some compassion about the years, but it is wickedness what that family did to them. $1.8 million living lavish and people suffering. May the folks forgive you. May God forgive you, is all I can say. Next up, the truth of relations between and cooperation between China and LAC countries. Are we? Yeah, we're still in the Caribbean corner. This is our last article out of the Caribbean corner. According to nowgrenada.com, I took note that on his first official trip abroad from the 1st of February to the 6th, newly appointed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio visited 5 LAC countries: Panama, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic. And guess what? Made negative comments concerning China, which we thought interfered with China's internal affairs, undermined its legitimate rights and interests, and sabotaged cooperation between China and regional countries. To avoid the international community being misled, it is worth it to set the record straight with facts. First, he demanded that Panama make immediate changes to what he calls China's influence and control over the Panama Canal. However, the reality is far from his accusations. China has never participated in the management or operation of the Panama Canal, nor has it interfered in canal affairs. Instead, China supports Panama's sovereignty over the canal and upholds its status as a permanently neutral international waterway. Rubio's accusation is completely unfounded. The world is not blind to the truth that who is keeping the canal neutral and thriving and who keeps threatening to take back the canal. These allegations against China are merely a reflection of its own actions. History has repeatedly demonstrated that the true threat to the stability of the Panama Canal has stemmed from the US intervention, not from other partnerships. Second, he claimed that China exerts influence on Latin America through economic partnerships and infrastructure investments. The truth is Let me know if we're back, Ja, please. Let me know if we're back. Please let me know if we're back on. If you're seeing on YouTube, please let me
Yes, I see you now.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened a while ago. Thank you for the heads up. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate that. Okay. So we were at the 5th point. Okay. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and the government of the People's Republic of China is the sole legal government representing the whole of China. 183 countries in the world have established diplomatic ties with China, including the United States itself, which fully shows that supporting the One China principle is the right thing to do, and where the public opinion trends and the arc of history bends. The Taiwan question is purely China's internal affairs, which brooks no foreign interference. The greatest challenge to cross strait peace is Taiwan independence, separatist activities, and foreign interference and disruption. The US needs to abide by the One China principle, and the three China US joint communiques act on its commitment of not supporting Taiwan independence. Stop abetting Taiwan independence, separatist forces, and stop interfering in China's internal affairs on the Taiwan question. In an era of global uncertainty and transformation, China has been and will always stand ready to work together with other countries, including Grenada, to foster peace, development, and shared prosperity. Since China and Grenada resumed diplomatic ties in 2005, our two countries have conducted practical cooperation in a wide range of fields. China has continuously supported Grenada in its efforts toward economic and social development, people empowerment, and livelihood improvement. Our cooperation has yielded fruitful results that benefit our countries and peoples. The recent official visit by Prime Minister Honorable Dickon Mitchell to China, resulting in 14 cooperation documents, exemplifies China's genuine commitment to mutual growth and development. China will work with Grenada and all other countries, keeping in mind the well being of the entire humanity, transcending estrangement and conflict, and jointly striving for shared prosperity. It is time for some of the US politicians to replace rhetoric with facts and respect the sovereign choices of LAC countries, allowing them to determine their own destinies based on mutual cooperation, not intimidation. I wonder if the person who wrote this article and had it and submitted it to nowgrenada.com listens to us. We have had so many conversations about this very thing here. The differences between China and the US, how the China operates is more palatable, more favorable. Their terms more relatable. The biggest thing, them no business in your business. Strictly business, nothing personal.
The article was well written, though, moments.
Yes, you're welcome, by the way. I'm only kidding. Not me at all. But well written indeed. I loved it. You see, this is the thing that we need, especially in this era when fact checking is no longer welcomed, when the truth is no more upheld. We have to remain diligent, sift through the noise, and bring the facts to the forefront. How many times have we said here that the US has to throw out the old playbook? It's 2025. 100 and odd countries are no longer playing by the rules of the US. They're no longer scared. They're no longer afraid. And if the US continues this rhetoric, continues on this path, the US is doomed. What a backside when the rest of the world comes together. Because let us not be fooled. It's 8 billion people in this world. How many people in the US? What's the population of the US? Okay. Go right
But you
ahead,
see,
Mr.
a lot of
President.
people in the US not even aware of what's going on because if you go on state.gov, right, it is stated there that the US recognized the one China policy. So you cannot recognize the one China policy and say Taiwan is independence in the same breath. It makes absolute no sense. So these people are just be talking nonsense. Your official policy is that you recommend China, you recognize the one China policy. That is an example of cognitive dissident.
Oh, no, AT. I didn't. Did I swear? I did swear earlier. I never swear. When you tell me if I did swear, when I remember if I did swear now. Lord have mercy. I don't think I did AT. I probably mispronounced something. It was distorted. All right. AT says when the US finishes building its chip factory in Texas, we'll see how much they want to protect Taiwan. Don't be fooled. How China treats people behind closed doors is very different. Ask why so many people disappear or are missing in China. I tell you something, AT, perfection don't exist anywhere. And to be quite honest, you hear differing things, right? So you hear things that are favorable and you hear things that are not so favorable. And China is huge. So it could be that in certain parts of China, certain undesirable things are happening, just as here in the US. I don't know. One finger pointing, pointing back at us.
What we have to start to do too is realize that some two things can be true. So sometimes if we're dealing with trade and you have good trade relation or you have a good trade contract, that's it. That doesn't mean you exempt China from anything they will be doing wrong. Eh? So you could do business with people. They could have aspects of things that you don't like, but that should not deter you from taking advantage of the thing that they do good. And the West has squandered its opportunity with the global South because they are putting, when they use the World Bank and the IMF and stuff, and putting some draconian measures that cannot help people develop. And then China comes in and give you certain things. Yes, it's soft power, and we know what they're doing. But at the same time, somebody say, listen, it's 6.5 a dozen and China give me less headache, so I deal with China.
I'm laughing. 80. Don't make me laugh out, yeah. I thank you for checking me, 80. I appreciate it. Thank you for checking me. I didn't realize I
80,
said
next thing we say, she in time out 80. Next time she going in time out.
Oh my god. Yes, we have to change our draconian ways of dealing with people. We have to. You can't, because you're lending me the money or you're giving me the money, you're going to dictate how I run my country. Worry about your country. I'll worry about mine.
And moment, the truth is, most people prefer to deal with the US, you know. Most Caribbean countries would prefer to deal with the US because we have a natural history with them. But sometimes they make it unbearable. And they are the one pushing people away from them. Most people prefer to deal with them than deal with the Chinese. But if the Chinese come in and giving me a deal that is better than you, or the same deal with less interference, you will go with the Chinese. And the US have to recognize that stop trying to bully everybody. The world has been changing. Create good relations and people will be happy.
Yes.
And you wouldn't even have to worry so much about China because people prefer to deal with you.
Yep. By the way, the population, 8 billion people in the world, the population in the US is 335 million. Who needs who more?
And what Mr. President said is correct, because every time someone would like to do something with the United States, what the United States tries to do, tell you what to do, try to take it from you
Mm-hmm.
or rename it just because. I yield.
All right. So before I close out the Caribbean Corner segment, I just want to reference a link that is on the Coffee Into website. Head on over to coffeeinto.com, go to the resources page. I put up the link for the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue 2025. There are applications available, and the applications for the program close on March 1, 2025. Check that out if you're in the Caribbean and you're desirous of being a part of the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue. Applications close March 1. The link to the program is on the coffeeinto.com website. Another link that is there is the 2025 Global Career Scholarship. The applications for that program close on March 7, 2025. Head on over again to coffeeinto.com, click on the link to gain the application and information about the 2025 Global Career Scholarship. And I want to say, James, thank you for sending the link over to me. And you also sent me the article. And this came about back in December of last year, where Canada continues, and this article can be found on the canada.ca website, Canada to establish Caribbean Future Skills Fund. Excuse me, it is over there. So please, folks, get the information, take advantage of these opportunities that exist. Hold on 1 second. Let me jump to this one here. Okay, so the embassy, the other one with regard to Global Career Scholarship that expires on March 7. The embassy, this is between the Embassy of the Republic of Korea to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, but it's available throughout the Caribbean. All right, folks. So the number of scholarships are available. We have scholarships available, rather, let me put it this way. Scholarships are available for Guyana, Grenada, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago. It's a 1-year program, 1 year of Korean language study, plus master's 2 years or doctoral 3 years, right? Check out the information again. Go to coffeeinto.com and head on over to the resources page, and you will find the links there for the 2025 Global Career Scholarship and the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue. The application deadline for the Caribbean Canada Leaders Dialogue is March 1, and the application deadline for the Global Career Scholarship is March 7. All right, take advantage of those opportunities, please. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Oh, I was just asking you to run the countries that are available again.
Sure. Okay, so the countries, and you know what, I'm glad you spoke because that reminded me there's a link you had sent me, and I want to talk about that one as well. All right, the scholarships are available for Guyana, Grenada, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Trinidad and Tobago. And you must be a citizen of one of those countries. So if you have family members in any of these countries or friends in any of these countries, please pass the information on to them. All the requisites are listed in the link when you click on it, folks. All right. Oh, one thing, them I tell you, say, you must be in good physical and mental health. Them no want no problems. Okay. You must be in good physical and mental health to study in Korea for the full duration of the program. All right. So, yeah. Mr. President, don't make me fling rocks to lick you. Go, Julie, do me a favor. Go to www.coffeeinto.com. Go to www.coffeeinto.com and show Mr. President for me, please, Julie. show him how to go to the since your desk is across from his, just go to the website from the Geely and show him how to find the tab. That's every Remember, I know my hat for you today, though, Mr. President, because you start the day wrong with the picture and the doubles where you said, come show me. But all right. So again, James, thank you for sending me the link. And remember, folks, anyone listening, if there are any valuable links that we can share with our listeners, please send them over. All right. Send them over. Do not hesitate. The goal is to get information out there to people because there are so many programs out there that people can take advantage of. All right. If not us ourselves, we can pass the information on to other people. And what we're doing is we're building a resource center, so to speak, a one-stop shop, right? Where people, you just send them to the website, they go straight there, grab the links and carry on. And they may see other things for other people. So again, share the information so we can share it with others. All right. Okay, so Mr. President, you sent this one over to me as well. If you don't have a college degree, Con Edison is hiring entry-level jobs across New York City. I'm going to be pinning this link on the website as well later on today. This one, finding a job can prove difficult, especially when job postings list extensive education requirements. Not all jobs require years of experience or higher education. Con Edison, CON Edison, has job openings that only require a high school diploma or GED. If you're up in the New York area, please pass this information on. Or if you're listening and you know someone up in the New York area, pass the information on to them. All right. So I'm going to highlight a few here or a couple. Provisional customer field rep, job duties, read electric and gas meters and perform field collection activities. Requirements, high school diploma or a GED and a driver's license. You must be able to pass a physical ability test and have a personal vehicle to travel to company locations. Starting pay, $25.75 an hour. All right? Provisional customer field. You go read the people their meter, gas and electric meter. You must have a vehicle and you must be able to pass a physical ability test. All you need, high school diploma or a GED and a driver's license. Starting pay, $25.75 an hour. Another one, customer service rep, job duties, taking calls and assisting customers with inquiries, use computer systems to access customer accounts and input transactions, be able to analyze customer accounts to address any billing inquiries. Requirements, high school diploma or a GED. Starting salary, $24.68. All right, there you have it. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. President. And I will be putting this link on the website as well. Anyone living in New York can take advantage of these opportunities. All right. Okay. AT said, I got to find out what this doubles things is about. All right, so moving right along. So we are through with our articles out of the Caribbean corner. Time for stories out of Latin America. And let's see what we have going on there. Cuba pays US $300 plus million a year for rice imports, and that's according to Havana Times. After a month's delay, the ports of Cuba are about to unload rice, corresponding to the ration book quota for the month of December. According to a note published Thursday by the Ministry of Domestic Trade, the East and Isla de la Juventud, or Juventud rather, have already been supplied from a previous delivery. While for the west and center of the island and the center of the island, distribution should start with the arrival of these ships to cover last January. Although we have not been told where the rice which arrived in Santiago de Cuba came from, according to an official from Granma province, it is likely that it came from the Portuguese flagged cargo ship River Confidence, which was traveling from Ho Chi Minh City. Meanwhile, two bulk carriers are expected in Havana soon. The Emerald Confidence, also flying the Portuguese flag and coming from Paranagua, Brazil, and the Alicia, a Maltese cargo ship, also coming from Vietnam. These are the places where the rice imported by Cuba usually comes from, together with Uruguayan rice, the country from which a cargo ship flying the Panamanian flag also arrived in Santiago, and which costs the country more than $300 million. Wow. In this municipality, the municipality of Los Palacios, for the first time, the state has handed over land to a foreign company from Vietnam, to be precise. The vice president who toured the Empresa industrial town in Pinar del Rio urged local governments to resume the popular rice movement, an idea that has been insisted upon in recent years due to the drop in production. The plan, which originated in the special period of the 1990s, consists of cultivating the product using traditional methods for family consumption, while the surplus is delivered to collection centers for free sale. In Pinar del Rio, there are more than 2,600 producers involved in this activity, covering some 7,100 hectares compared to 5,000 in the specialized sector. The biggest incentive to plant rice today is the enormous demand in the domestic market. But the state knows that there are hardly any inputs, fertilizers, and herbicides, that any surplus would slip through its fingers and go to the informal market. And what's more, that self consumption does not solve the problem of the lack of rice in a country where it is considered an essential ingredient in all meals. I didn't know Cuba would be able to grow rice, Mr. President. So that is something they definitely need to embark on. If the land is able to facilitate the growth, cut down your import bill, 300 million US, that's a lot. That is a lot. But now that now that the sanctions now that the sanctions are have been replaced within the space of a week, right? Lifted one day, the following week, them slap back on. Um, and this week we spoke about the banning pretty much of remittances to the island upon which the government itself and the people of the country depend heavily. How is that going to affect the importing of rice? Will they be able to afford that import bill anymore? I don't think so. I don't think so. So, um, exploring the rice farm thing is not a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Whatever Cuba can do for itself, do do. Yeah. I like the fact that at least they're able to get things from Vietnam. They're able to get from Brazil. I love that. So all is not lost. At least they're able to do trade with other countries. Yeah. Let's see if there'll be any interference in that. But as I said, Cuba, you will rise up one day. You will. And yes, you might listen and say, why am I rooting for Cuba? Cuba has done so much for the Caribbean region in particular. They do not hesitate to send out their best doctors, medical professionals. Let me just put it that way. Um, and these medical professionals go throughout the Caribbean training other medical professionals. They also open their doors and welcome people to come to Cuba to learn. medicine. Yeah, quite frankly, they have the world's best doctors. Mhm, they do. If you come across a doctor that has been trained in Cuba, rest assured you're in good hands. Yeah. During the COVID 19 pandemic, they sent their medical professionals out into the world, all across the globe, to help countries tackle the dire situation as hospitals and clinics were overwhelmed with patients suffering from COVID 19. Mhm. So, yes, I'll root for Cuba, for them to be able to stand up, for Cuba to be able to stand up with pride and joy one day. Anyway, moving on to Gallon Train right away. We headed over to the DR. DR is a hub. DR is a hub. DR is a hub. This time, Dominican Republic, 57 packages of marijuana seized in a Miami shipment. Article courtesy of Caribbean.lootnews.com. We've been having a lot of stories about the Dominican Republic. Seems as though they're a transshipment point. I wonder where this this marijuana, cannabis, Lord of mercy. Ja, as I'm struggling over those words, Lord have mercy. You know what?
It's just going to take some practice. That's all.
You know, let me pull up that list as I'm speaking. So,
Make sure it's in alphabetical order so you can find things quicker.
oh, Jesus, have mercy. All right. So, federal list of forbidden words may jeopardize research. Okay. So, let's see. I need the list. I need the list. Where is the list? I'm looking for the list. I need the list. I don't want to read through nothing. I just want the list. Give me the list. Give me the list. Oh, jeez. Trans, non-binary, diversity, woman, COVID, woman.
You can or cannot say that.
You can't say woman.
You can't
So,
say
so hold
woman.
on a second. Hold on a
Something
second.
wrong with that list.
So, that's all right. Hold on there. Hey, let me tell you something. So if the Republicans are saying you can't say woman, you know what, I have some choice words. But AT, thank you for keeping me in line. AT has me thinking carefully. Um, hold on a second. Um, hold on a second, because you know what? Oh no.
Send me where I can find that list.
Okay, I'm going on TikTok because I came across it. Let's see if we can get a better thing here. Let's listen to this.
The Trump administration right now is banning a bunch of words from government. So here are the words being banned, for instance, at the National Security Agency. They don't want you to hear these words. They're too dangerous. Anti-racism, racism, allyship, bias, DEI, diversity, diverse, confirmation bias. Like, do you think an intelligence agency maybe wants to talk about confirmation bias? Do you think that's an important thing if you're an intelligence agency? Equity, equitableness, feminism, gender, gender identity, inclusion, inclusive, all inclusive, inclusivity, injustice, intersectionality, prejudice, racial identity, sexuality, stereotypes. Again, stereotypes, probably a useful thing to talk about if you're trying to analyze intelligence. Pronouns, transgender equality. This is incredibly stupid. It's Orwellian, to be clear. They're trying to literally ban words they don't like, but it's also idiotic because you need a lot of these words. You need to be able to use this language to talk about how you're understanding the world. That's an important thing when you're running an intelligence agency. Anyway, the Trump administration, really the Musk administration, is a complete disaster, and we're all screwed.
I thought you were serious.
Hold on a second. You thought I was joking?
No, I thought the list you were going to send was specific to YouTube. We don't work in no federal government. We ain't got to worry about that.
Okay, but here's what's going to happen, Jai. It's going to trickle down.
Well, until it does, we keep doing what we're doing. Because remember, he only has control now of the federal government.
Remember, he's coming after social media. He's coming after comedians. He's coming after journalists. He's coming after content creators. He's coming after everybody.
So then you then just need to be quiet. You just can't have your show. I mean, you laugh, but I am a word like bias that does not have any type of color connotation to it. You want to ban it, but he's banning it in the sentence that you use it. That's different.
So this is where we go into synonyms. It's back to English class we go, folks, because a lot of us have forgot the synonyms. Now we have to work with our dictionaries. So we cannot use bias, we use leaning.
Well, I love that because I think we do need to use more vocabulary words. So if this is going to increase the vocabulary of the nation, I will clap.
We'll use slant, slanting. Listen, AT.
Wait, was equality one of the words?
Yes, we can't use that either.
So that means we can't use equal. So 1 + 1
So,
is now
so
3.
we'll say fairness then.
So 1 + 1 is 3. Okay, I got it.
He didn't say we can't use egalitarianism.
Hey, anything that's going to increase vocabulary, I am for it.
So this is where we're definitely going to have a separation in society. This is where yeah, people are going to have to walk around with dictionaries, because when we start using the synonyms for the words that he doesn't want us to use, and we start using these synonyms, people are going to be wondering, what the hell are these people talking about?
Or can we start doing Pig Latin, which I was never good at, but I'll start practicing.
I don't even understand a first thing in Pig Latin, so I'm going to have to go to beginner. How do you even say hello in Pig Latin? I don't even know.
What are you guys talking about? You have patois. What are you even making up anything?
I was just going to say that too. But we have to speak to everybody, AT. So,
that is it. Yeah, I forgot farmer language now.
If I can learn, they can learn.
True, AT. AT said me can learn, them can learn.
That's because you want to learn, AT.
So
took away my argument, John.
Let me go back to the article. A total of 57 packages of marijuana, cannabis, were found hidden among cargo at the Las Americas Internacional Airport. The discovery was made during routine cargo inspections when a National Drug Control Directorate, the K9 unit, alerted. The dog said, "Come over here," handlers to suspicious contents within a shipment from Florida. Oh, it was coming from Florida. Cannabis coming from Florida? That doesn't sound right. A detailed search revealed 8 buckets containing 48 packets of cannabis and a cardboard box holding an additional 9 packages. The illicit substances were vacuum sealed and wrapped in plastic covers. Shipping documents indicate the cargo was sent by an individual through a Miami based company in the Northwest area. The intended recipient was a woman reportedly residing along Las Americas Highway in Santo Domingo Este. This case remains under active investigation. So hold on, I never know said the US where export cannabis from the US. You know, let me mind my business. That got intercepted. Our next story out of the Caribbean corner. U.S. deports 119 migrants from a variety of nations to Panama. Let's not make any assumptions, folks. Let's go ahead and listen to this article. According to the Associated Press via WSVN, Panama has received the first U.S. flight carrying deportees from other nations as the Trump administration takes Panama up on its offer to act as a stopover for expelled migrants. The Central American nation's president made the statement on Thursday. Yesterday, a flight from the United States Air Force arrived with 119 people from diverse nationalities of the world. President Jose Raul Molino said on Thursday in his weekly press briefing. He said there were migrants from China, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. The president said it was the first of 3 planned flights that were expected to total about 360 people. It's not something massive, he said. The migrants were expected to be moved to a shelter in Panama's Darien region before being returned to their countries. Asked later on Thursday why Panama was acting as a stopover for these deportations, Deputy Foreign Minister Carlos Ruiz Hernandez said that it was something the U.S. government had requested. He also said the U.S. government was paying for the repatriations through UN immigration agencies. The migrants who arrived on Wednesday had been detained after crossing the U.S. border and did not have criminal records. Last week, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio met with Molino in Panama. While U.S. President Donald Trump's demands to retake control of the Panama Canal dominated the visit, Molino also discussed Panama's efforts to slow migration through the Darien Gap, and he offered Panama as a bridge to send U.S. deportees back to their countries. Maybe not a bad thing, you know. Anyway, migration through the Darien Gap connecting Panama and Colombia was down about 90% in January compared to the same month a year earlier. Probably it's not a bad thing. They might get better treatment. I don't know. I'm trying to look for the silver lining in all of this. For sending me to a country, why not just send me directly to my country? If I'm from Pakistan, Uzbekistan, all the stands, Afghanistan, China. I saw on the news this morning, I glimpsed, I didn't get to watch it properly. What did Ron DeSantis sign here in Florida? Because he been signing right, left, and center. Like signing going out of style. He signed some things here. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I can pull this up and we take a listen to it. Because as it relates to immigration down here in South Florida. Let me skip this ad, skip the ad. All right, let's take a listen here.
Both houses in 3 days.
And guys, buckle up because this isn't just window dressing. We are getting to work.
But in the new law, the discontinuation of in-state college tuition rates for the so-called dreamers, students living in Florida but brought to the United States by their undocumented parents.
There are more convicted felons inside of state prison right now in 70 plus locations who are getting a free education, even though they killed somebody, raped somebody. So we're paying for those. But we're not paying for like a 20-year-old kid who's got a 4.0 GPA and 1,300 SAT scores.
The bipartisan in-state tuition measure passed back in 2014, pushed by former Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez and signed by Republican Rick Scott.
I just don't understand how any of you could sleep at night doing this to these kids. So please, at least let the current students that are benefiting, at least let them finish their college degrees.
Breaks my heart when I hear from these people. I am sorry that their parents did it to them.
Democrats Thursday pushed for letting students already receiving the lower rate to keep it until graduation.
We entered a contract with these folks. We made them a promise.
A look at Florida International University tuition rates shows an increase from more than $27,000 per academic year for in-state students to more than $39,000 a year for out-of-state.
We understand that
illegal immigration is a problem in this country, but we also understand that it's a sensitive topic. We are still humans, but we do have to make sure that we put the state of Florida in the most prosperous place, and that includes following the rule of law.
The bill also strengthens ties between federal agents and local police and increases penalties for illegal immigrants who commit crimes. One provision calls for a mandatory sentence of death for capital crimes.
If you choose to enter this country illegally and you choose to commit the worst possible crimes, and you are convicted of those crimes after all the due process considerations that this country affords, that sentence is no longer going to be optional. It's going to be mandatory.
Two Miami-Dade Republicans on board with the bill took issue, however, with the college tuition change for Dreamers.
Our Dreamers
Felons inside of state prison right now in 70 plus locations who are getting a free education, even though they killed somebody, raped somebody. So we're paying for those. But we're not paying for like a 20-year-old kid who's got a 4.0 GPA and 1,300 SAT scores.
The bipartisan in-state tuition measure passed back in 2014, pushed by former Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez and signed by Republican Rick Scott.
I just don't understand how any of you could sleep at night doing this to these kids. So please, at least let the current students that are benefiting, at least let them finish their college degrees.
Breaks my heart when I hear from these people. I am sorry that their parents did it to them.
Democrats Thursday pushed for letting students already receiving the lower rate to keep it until graduation.
We entered a contract with these folks. We made them a promise.
A look at Florida International University tuition rates shows an increase from more than $27,000 per academic year for in-state students to more than $39,000 a year for out-of-state.
We understand that illegal immigration is a problem in this country, but we also understand that it's a sensitive topic. We are still humans, but we do have to make sure that we put the state of Florida in the most prosperous place, and that includes following the rule of law.
The bill also strengthens ties between federal agents and local police and increases penalties for illegal immigrants who commit crimes. One provision calls for a mandatory sentence of death for capital crimes.
If you choose to enter this country illegally and you choose to commit the worst possible crimes, and you are convicted of those crimes after all the due process considerations that this country affords, that sentence is no longer going to be optional. It's going to be mandatory.
Two Miami-Dade Republicans on board with the bill took issue, however, with the college tuition change for Dreamers.
Our Dreamers are not the criminally illegal immigrants that President Trump has rightfully charged us to pursue, detain, and deport.
I just thought it was petty. And I'm sure that President Trump was not focused on this.
Nicole Ensalada reporting for us from Fort Lauderdale.
Moments.
Oh, Ja, the reason we are only just getting into at this late hour, remember this morning we had technical issues, and then we started late.
Oh,
and
yes,
then
yes, yes.
we were chit-chatting for a bit.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Go right ahead.
What you just played has, for me, three different things wrapped up under one title. First, you have dreamers, right? Who, let's see, the DREAM Act was introduced in Congress in 2001. It created a pathway to citizenship for immigrant youth. That's one. Then you have what they're calling illegal immigrants, right? Which is now they're saying anyone that is in this country without citizenship, right? Then you have criminals, right? So he said criminals are being afforded a college education. So let's scrap it from everybody, even the ones that aren't criminal, that you gave them the option or you gave them this acronym so they can be here Why are you confusing the three? You know, we've had this conversation about allowing people who are in jail to get an education and this, that, and the other thing. If you want to take the education away from said people that you claim are doing all this nefarious stuff, then do that. But you are taking it from everyone and you're trying to put it all under one classification, and it makes absolutely no sense. But you know what? Someone always told me, in order to understand crazy, you have to become crazy. And I'm not going to become crazy to understand this frackanackle. I yield.
Thank you, Ja. Thank you. I don't know. It's their show. I'm just watching the silver screen right now. I'm concerned for the dreamers. The dreamers are looked at as criminals. Is that what I'm to gather from the story, right? The dreamers are criminals. No fault of their own that they're looked at as criminals. It's their parents' fault. So as children, they were brought here. So as a child, they have been criminals since they're children because they're here, quote unquote, illegally.
I was going to say something, but I'm not.
So last year, I remember our president saying, how about when someone finishes school, college here, let us give them a green card so we can keep the best and the brightest in this country. I remember
Which president said that?
President Trump said that after he won the elections, and there was talk about the H-1B1 visa, student visas. And I remember him saying, when someone has finished, for example, you are an international student, right? So your parents pay 3 times the amount, or you got it through a scholarship or a grant, however, but you have paid the 3 times the amount to go to college in this country. Upon completion of your degree, whether it's 2-year, 4-year, whatever, you are given a green card so that you stay in this country and you don't have to go back home, because America wants the best and brightest. So, all right, here we have DACA students who are classified as DACA in school. Why not allow them to finish, earn their degree, and give said DACA people a green card and retain the best and brightest in the country? Wouldn't that make sense? Instead of cutting off the education and classifying them as criminals and sending them back home. I don't know. Am I missing something? Is what am I saying even practical or making sense?
But then they're going to put a classification on who's the best and the brightest.
Oh. Because that makes no sense to me. You already have them in the school system here. Give them a pathway. You acknowledge, as the gentleman said in the video, you acknowledge that they're here by no fault of their own. So why punish them? They're in college. They're gainfully employed, paying taxes. They can't reap the benefits of the taxes, but they're paying taxes. So and they've kept out of trouble. Give them their green card. It's simple.
And can I just add that dreamers are not just Latino. Asia, Europe, and the Caribbean. South Korea, Philippines, India, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Poland, Nigeria, Pakistan, Brazil, DR. It's not just Latinos.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Is immigration the only concern we have in the country right now? I just want to know. Is immigration the only thing that is a matter of high priority? Yes, so. Time for us to move on to stories on the international scene. First up, this one is a very sad story. So unfortunate. A gas explosion at Taiwan food court kills 4 and injures 26. And we have a sound bite for this one. Let's take a listen.
Taiwan, where an explosion has killed several people. Reports say at least 4 are dead, 26 hurt in a gas explosion inside a department store. It happened on the 12th floor food court. The blast rained debris onto the street below. First responders have been searching for anybody who might have been trapped inside. The cause of that blast is still under investigation.
That's so sad. Hopefully they're able to find everyone. All right, next up, U.S. funding cuts threaten global health response, according to a WHO chief. This article is courtesy of news.un.org. In a media briefing on Wednesday, WHO Director General Tedros highlighted the consequences of funding suspensions, including disruptions to HIV treatment, setbacks in polio eradication, and limited resources for responding to mpox epidemics in Africa. The suspension of funding to PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, caused an immediate stop to HIV treatment, testing, and prevention services in the 50 countries. He noted that despite a waiver for life-saving services, prevention programs for at-risk groups remain excluded. Clinics have closed, and health workers have been put on leave. Tedros urged the U.S. government to reconsider its funding approach, at least until alternative solutions can be found to maintain essential health services. Also on the international scene, African countries that rely on France to print their currency. Yes, a lot of, even in the Caribbean, we don't print our currency. It's printed in the wonderful United Kingdom. But let's go ahead and get into this one. Courtesy of Africa.businessinsider.com. France's grip on Africa is loosening, but it is not gone yet. Countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger have kicked out French troops and are now forging new alliances, making it clear they are done taking orders from their former colonial ruler. But while the political ties are unraveling, the economic influence remains, especially when it comes to money. 14 African countries still use currencies printed in France, a system that keeps them financially tied to the country. Some leaders have called for real monetary independence, but breaking free from the CFA franc is not that simple. It is a system deeply woven into their economies, and untangling it won't happen overnight. The CFA franc was introduced in 1945 to stabilize the economies of France's African colonies, and even after independence, it remained the official currency of multiple nations. Since its inception, the Bank of France has been responsible for producing CFA franc banknotes and coins at its facilities. Today, this currency is divided into 2 monetary zones, the West Africa CFA franc and the Central African CFA franc. So, the countries that use the West African CFA franc are Benin, Burkina Faso, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Mali, Niger, Senegal, Togo. And the countries that use the Central African CFA franc are Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and Gabon. The West African CFA franc is the official currency of those 8 countries within the West African Economic and Monetary Union. Similarly, the Central African franc is used by 6 countries that are part of the Central African Economic and Monetary Community. Well, despite having separate central banks, both currencies are pegged to the euro, and their issuance is still controlled, at least in part, by France. Which for me raises a question, an interesting question, because Why can't those countries, or why can't one particular country within the continent of Africa be responsible for the production of the currency, the making of the notes? Why does it have to go? You're kicking France out, right? Fully so. Why do we have France making our money? In kicking them out, shouldn't we have already established a system within the continent that is responsible for taking that feat on? What are the nuances? And I have that question too for the Caribbean, where monies are minted, printed in the United Kingdom. Why? Why does somebody else have to make our money? Why can't we make our own money? Why can't we print our own money? We set the standard, we create the design, we know the features we want on it, the security features we want on our notes. So why is it that we have somebody else doing it for us? I've always asked that question. I think it's time for all developing nations to work amongst themselves and free yourselves from the claws of free. I thought we brought you up earlier, Johan. What you doing down there? Yeah. Free ourselves from the claws and the clutches of these nations that somehow we are beholden to. I don't know. But go right ahead, Johan. Go ahead.
One moment. You know, you have to look at how the European Union went to the euro and how, you know, England decided to forego doing the same. So it's a big feat. If a country as large in terms of its capital as the UK had a lot of situations that, you know, aligned with the fact that they didn't go to the euro, right? It was bad for a while. I mean, the pound hasn't really recovered from that decision, but not really. So I think it's for them to, like, the infrastructure. The money's not worth much already as it is already, but like they would have to put in so much, because I think that those governing financial institutions are so deeply rooted in, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of years of financial like crime, because honestly that's where it comes from, right? That to separate, there must be some kind of like contract that they have signed, and that lies the problem with separation. I would love to do some digging into this because that sparks my interest.
Yeah, I would like to hear the results of the research to gain a better understanding, definitely. And while you're doing that, while I'm saying that, I'm jumping on Google real quick. Thank you for the time check, Ja. I'm jumping on Google real quick to ask the question: why is Jamaica? Go ahead, Ja.
I actually jumped on Google to do the same thing. Not just Jamaica, but my questions were developmental nations, right? And it says developing nations can print their own money, but there are considerations to keep in mind. Sovereign authority, which means countries have the authority to print their own currencies. Economic stability, printing money should not lead to inflation. International acceptance, the currency needs to be widely accepted and trusted by other nations. And trust in the trust in the currency, which is the confidence in the value of that money, is essential.
Put that in English for me.
What Joanne just said, whatever was signed back in before we came, when Christ touched down on.
In other words, they don't trust us to print our own, to manage our own money.
We have to trust each other.
But that's the thing. The euro was a new founded coin, and that decision that I remember it. That was in the news every day, every day, every day, every day. Like, it was madness. And like I said, decades later since the decision, right? The euro has gone up, and the pound is struggling. But again, just,
So I did ask the question in Google, why is Jamaica's money printed in the UK? And the response I got is because Jamaica lacks the facilities to print secure bank notes themselves. There are only a handful of security printing facilities scattered around the world.
So that was my first mindset, that you don't have the actual equipment, but we all know that that is
BS.
right.
Am I in check 80? No, it's not 80. Okay, good. Make sure I'm good. Yeah, that's crackle-knackle, as you say.
Yes, yes.
And you know why I'm saying it's crackle-knackle? Because people can stay in them yard and print money that goes under the radar, that is able to pass security checks, pass counterfeit checks, go undetected. So that tells me that that is not the right answer. When a wheel and come again, we want to hear the truth.
But when you think about it, in all honesty, if you don't have some sort of control, not saying that the UK should have been the one to have control, but we understand what they do or why they had it, because they took over the land,
And teeth, the land, call it
supposedly.
right, and teeth it.
See, you told me watch my words, right? They took over lands that they supposedly discovered. So they want to be the ones in charge. But if you have everyone printing money all willy-nilly, then money will not have any value because everybody has it. And you won't be able to classify rich, poor, and everything else in between.
I'm glad you said it like that. Oh, all right, moving right along. Jump on the train, don't get left behind. All right, next story on the international scene. Climate change is threatening cocoa crops, researchers say. This one, courtesy of CBSNews.com, and we have a soundbite for this. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Price is high, but we wanted to look at one item in particular, chocolate. Cocoa prices have skyrocketed in recent months, and over the past year, they've more than doubled from nearly $3,000 per ton last May to $7,000. Our Torian Small has been looking into this for the past couple of days. Torian, I was just interested because there's so much going on here. So why are these prices rising?
Yeah, in short, it's really poor cocoa crop in both Ghana and the Ivory Coast. These West African countries really produce about 70% of cocoa exports globally, right? And they've faced over this past year or so, bad weather produced by climate change. They've experienced, at least since January, really tough heat waves that have been a drag on farmers, these local farmers out there, and then torrential downpours that have been really unrelenting. That causes awful diseases to their crops. We've seen, I think it's black rot in some of those pods, as well as swollen roots. And because of that, I talked to Steve Westridge, one of the lead tropical commodities researcher, and he says we're seeing a supply deficit this year of about 440,000 tons of cocoa. A lot.
Wow. So when we talk about inflation, it often happens in political terms, but this has nothing to do with, this has to do with what's happening on an entirely different continent. So what is the effect on chocolate makers of this?
They're paying more because a lack of supply there. They have to pay more for this chocolate. And we're seeing it trickle down to even at the local level here in New York. chocolate is more expensive. I talked to the owner of Lilac Chocolate. They say they're the oldest chocolate makers in Manhattan, and they're doing a lot of belt tightening. They last year bought about 120,000 tons of cocoa. At this price, that's pretty pricey. Take a listen to what he had to say about cutting costs this time around.
To stay even, we have to do 30% price increases. We just can't do that. We're doing some small price increases on products that aren't profitable, but by and large, we're just going to absorb it. So it's just going to be a very tough year.
No pun intended, but they're eating a lot of these cost increases, and they're looking to avoid doing like staff cuts, which is probably the largest expense because they're making handmade chocolate here. No machinery, really. They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting on their own.
So if this is a problem that is caused by nature and also the farming practices, how quickly does it get fixed, or are there things that can be done to change the situation?
Researchers have a pretty bleak outlook on the future of chocolate. They think the commodity will just, or cocoa, they think chocolate moving forward is going to just cost a little bit more. That's something that customers will just have to, deal with. Yeah. But they think, especially in West Africa, there are some ways that government intervention can help. So farmers out there, the prices or the sale of cocoa out there is dictated by the government, the local government out there. So if they look at, in South America, some of those countries that are also producing cocoa, that's more commercially oriented. They have better fertilizer, they have more machinery that could help with that. These local farmers, and there are thousands of farmers across West Africa doing a lot of the heavy lifting on their own without much help from the government.
We're in small. Thanks very much. And you got a good, field trip in there.
Got some chocolate for you.
Yeah, it's very nice.
All right. Any comments on that one? Just pay more for the chocolate at Valentine's Day.
At least they admit where the cocoa came from.
Can we start to see it printed on the labels? Will they print it on the labels of the Swiss chocolate? Because people are looking at it, oh no, I can't believe I'm eating this. And on the Belgian chocolate as well. Also here in the US, do they put it on the labels here in the US where the cocoa is from, like, for example, Hershey's or any of these companies? Do they put it on the label?
Never paid attention, but I have a Cadbury downstairs. Maybe I'll go and check.
What's the name of this one? Ferrero Rocher, as I pronounce?
Ferrero Rocher.
Yeah, them put on it. Where that come from? But I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking. Just asking for a friend. All right, next up in stories on the international scene, we head on over to Ghana. According to GhanaWeb.com, President John Dramani Mahama has directed the National Investigations Bureau to launch an immediate investigation into a scandal at the National Service Authority. This move aligns with the current administration's commitment to combating corruption. Well, the directive follows the discovery of over 81,885 suspected ghost names on the NSA payroll after mandatory headcount of active national service personnel. A statement signed by the president's spokesperson, Minister of Government Communications, and dated Wednesday, February the 12th, revealed the ghost names were detected following a headcount of active national service personnel at the behest of the Minister for Finance as a prerequisite for the clearance of allowance arrears dating back to August 2024. The statement further disclosed that the Minister of Finance, Dr. Cassiel Attoforson, has subsequently released funds to settle the arrears of active personnel. Following the completion of the headcount, the Ministry of Finance has released 226 million Ghanaian currency to cover allowance payment arrears for 98,145 actual national service personnel. This figure is 81,885 less than the 180,030 names submitted by the previous management of the authority for allowance payments. Somebody Mr. President, I would end up in them there. Who I get the money?
So this is another audited, unaudited man.
Not 800 enough. 81,000. 81,000 people wanna exist.
Oh my
I missed
God.
that story. I missed that story.
As an accountant, oh yes, Mr. President, you have to hear this story, but you
So,
got 5 minutes.
so yeah, let me say it real quick and then we wrap up on air and we continue the conversation on YouTube as well as here in fan base. So let me bring Mr. President up to speed. President Mahama orders NIB, which is the National Investigations Bureau in Ghana, to investigate over 81,000 suspected NSS, and NSS is the National Service Security. That's their police or military. We have over 81,000 suspected NSS ghost names. So the directive follows the discovery of over 81,885 suspected ghost names on the NSA payroll after a mandatory head count of active national service personnel.
Maybe they're in the Congo. Who knows?
Lord have mercy. How long has this been going on for? Hold on a second. So this figure is 81,885. So they had a total of 180,000 names, but that's not right.
That more than almost 3/4 of the Grenada population, and is only 100,000 of us, so it's more than 3/4 of the population. Imagine that. I know it's small, but still. But you see, the way Magufuli, remember Magufuli out of Tanzania? The way he would have done that is how he did with the hospital director. First of all, he'd have fired the person on top immediately. Immediately. You understand? And that is how he cleaned up a lot of the organizations and so on. Went in, when he finds stuff like that, without question, fire the bosses. And they might even get locked up after the investigations. But that is how you have to stem this kind of systematic things. I don't care who do it. The person in charge has to take the fall. Singapore does that a lot. When something go wrong, they go for the person at the top. So you know what the people at the top ensure they do? You ain't sending me to jail, so you're going to do the right thing.
All right, and we are going to go ahead and wrap up the online internet radio stream. And I invite everyone listening on qmzradio.com for quality music while you work or play, janoradio.com, the nonstop party vibe station, and madmusichouse.com to join us on YouTube Live. If you'd like to be a part of the conversation, please join us on Fanbase. All right, so we are going to be ending the internet radio live stream. Want to wish you all a wonderful weekend and thank you for tuning in throughout the week. We will be back Monday morning, God willing, all being well. We'll be back with you live and in living color, 9 a.m. Eastern. All right, so have yourselves a wonderful Valentine's Day. Remember, love on yourself first. That's important. Gotta love you. And love on anyone else that you come in contact with, right? Spread love, spread joy, spread happiness. All right, so YouTube Live and Fanbase, I'll be right back with you. See you next week, Internet Radio. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. And I just want to, before I go, I want to remind everyone listening online to head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Just use the code CoffeeInto20 when you are at the checkout point. Again, I invite you to jump on to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInto20 and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. All right. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, like, share, and leave a comment. All right. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Okay, so we have ended the live stream. Live stream ended. All right, I'm back with you, YouTube and fan base. Where were we? What were we gonna talk about again? The dopey them.
Right now, I'm hearing double
Okay, I
moments.
paused the thing on it's paused on YouTube. The YouTube thing at the top is paused on my end. I'm not sure why you're hearing doubles. I'm not sure.
Let me go out and come back in and see.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Anybody else hearing doubles? Let me know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. So back to the duppy then, Mr. President. 81,885 suspected ghost names on the NSA payroll. How is that possible? Following the completion of the headcount, the Ministry of Finance has released. I'm sorry. I read the wrong thing. Yes or no? In 2024, investigative media outlet The Fourth Estate planned to publish an expose on alleged corrupt activities within the National Service Scheme. The publication was scheduled for December 2, just 5 days before the 2024 general election. However, the NSA obtained a 10-day injunction, halting the release less than 12 hours before its scheduled publication. Leaked documents later suggested that the scandal involved over 40,000 ghost names on the NSL's payroll, leading to an estimated annual loss of more than 343 million GHS dollars over 3 consecutive years. In response, the NSA, in a statement dated the 16th of December, denied any payroll fraud, describing the allegations as a threat to its ongoing transformation efforts aimed at eliminating such malpractices. The authority also expressed its willingness to investigate the claims.
You said 3 years, over 300 and something $million. Now, if these people are ghosts, right? That means you're sending out checks, right? But if these people aren't there, there's no reason for these checks to be cashed, right? So that means you have money sitting in your account when you reconcile that hasn't been 3 years.
You hope, Jack. You hope. You hope. You hope.
I heard a story about a woman whose husband wanted to be buried with all his money, and she wrote him a check and tell him cash it when he get there. But if he was Ghanaian, he would have seen that bank account empty.
Bad things, man. This is serious. Why is it that there's always carelessness? And I'm going to call it carelessness, atrocious carelessness when it comes to the handling of taxpayers' money. No matter what country, no matter where you are in the world, it seems, me tell us, there are certain requisites to be a part of government. Clearly.
It's not carelessness, moments, because more than likely there has to be collusion. Different
I was
entities
trying
has
to
to
be
come
nice.
together to do that. The people who is receiving the checks, who is signing off on the checks,
Somebody, and
how is the checks being cashed? These are
Mhm.
all traceable events.
The money is going into somebody's account. Or they're being these instruments, the checks are being tendered somewhere. I don't know if they're being cashed. I don't know what the entire financial system looks like over there. If it's just banks, if they have other places they can go to and negotiate these items. ID, do they present ID to negotiate these items, or is it just a system? For example, Mr. President, where you have an account, I don't. I want to get the money. You can give me the cash for the check, and I sign, and then you sign below me for deposit only to the account of Mr. President. And then you're able to deposit this into your account. And even if that's the case, it's traceable. Come on, people. It is traceable. This is carelessness.
But at the end of the year on your books, when you have outstanding checks, that means you're still liable.
Them not have not unclaimed, what you call it, unnegotiated item. Me not think I have none, John.
So these were actually 81,000
So in other words,
people.
everybody get 2 checks.
Oh, and then we wonder why some communities can't change their mindset, even though we have to be the one to be intentional to want better. When you treat it like this, how you expect a person to act when the money that is supposed to be going to their community cannot be found? No one know where it is. And even if you fire someone, even if you put them in jail, there's still how many years that things haven't been accounted for? And then if you're in a nation that you speak up against it, you the one that's going to get hurt, or you the one that's going to be look like you don't want to be what's the term they use at
Team
work?
player?
A team
A
player.
team player. Exactly.
What can I say? What can I say? I feel laugh. I feel laugh. That's all I can do. Laugh. Fix it, Jesus. Next up, Barrick will resume operations in Mali mine once it can ship gold. And this is according to their CEO article. Article courtesy of finance.yahoo.com. Barrick Gold will resume operations at its shuttered mine in Mali once authorities in the country allow it to resume gold shipments. That is according to CEO Mark Bristow on Wednesday. The Toronto based miner said it had been assured by Mali that gold worth about $245 million seized by authorities still belongs to the company. That's what Bristow told Reuters in Toronto. Mali and Barrick have been locked in a dispute since last October over implementation of the country's new mining code. The miners' shares rose as much as 6% on the Toronto Stock Exchange on Wednesday morning after it reported that its profit surged last year, buoyed by a rally in bullion prices. Barrick also announced a new $1 billion share buyback program. Tensions between Mali and Barrick, the country's largest investor, escalated when authorities detained 4 of the company's employees, issued an arrest warrant for Bristow, and earlier this year seized gold stockpiled at Barrick's their mine site. Sorry. The government had earlier blocked Barrick's shipment before seizing the gold. Well, Bristow is saying we will start the operation as soon as we get approval to ship the gold, and we need to ship the gold to pay anything to the government. He said that Barrick had paid $460 million to the Mali government last year and would have contributed about $550 million to the nation's treasury this year if operations had not been suspended. Barrick lowered its gold output forecast this year to between 3.2 million ounces and 3.5 million ounces due to the temporary halt at the Mali mine. Mali's aggressive push for higher taxes and a bigger state shareholding in mine projects has soured ties with its mining investors. Gold output plunged 23% to 51 metric tons last year, the nation's mines ministry said. Both Mali and Barrick are losing out from the closure, Bristow said. So if you calculate that to per week, and every week we don't do it, this, it hurts everybody. Barrick has also filed for an international arbitration against Mali to find a resolution to the dispute. Affirm country, affirm land, affirm resources. Huh? Filed for an international arbitration against Mali to find a resolution to the dispute. You see the outer hardness? You see outer hardness? My country, you have been exploiting my country, not paying me what I'm supposed to get. And the audacity. Wow. I have one recommendation. Kick out everybody out of the country. Handle no one a business. All the money that has been paid so far, use it and set up your own structure. Because these people, they're out of order. I'm sorry. Despite the tensions with authorities, Barrick still considers Mali a long-term investment destination and wants to maintain a presence in the country. Well, if you want to maintain a presence, shut up and put up. Simple. You want what I have. So let's talk on my terms. And the first person to let me stop right there. Go ahead, Mr. President.
They're saying they need to seize coal to pay Mali.
Mm-hmm.
Yet still the issue, share buyback. You know what is a share buyback? A share buyback is a transfer of wealth to the shareholders, the investors in the company. Okay? When you buy back the shares, that push your share value up because it reduces the amount of shares outstanding. So it's a sign that the company is doing really well.
Mm-hmm.
Companies do not do share buyback if they're struggling. So you can't pay, but you could buy back shares. And the same time you buy back the shares, that your stock price jumps 6 because it's a vote of confidence to investors. So your stock price goes 6%. So on top of the value transfer back with the share buyback, you don't get more value because the price increase in stock that contribute to evaluation and everything like that. So they think, I'm talking about how much money the Malian government lose. Forget about what they lose. Do you owe the taxes or not? You're not dispute. Pay the people. And nobody cares about you on the international court of no arbitration, nothing, because it's a group of your friends you try to go and rule and extort people. Pay back the people. Mali should not give them back nothing. If they so insist on not doing it or not paying it, get another contract with another company. Seize everything they have. I yield.
So I agree wholeheartedly. You know what? Let me be real. This is how I feel personally. It's all this share buyback, which is just it's a game they use to pull a fast one on on the public. I'm a stand 10 toes down on that. But you go repurchase your own stock from the market. You're playing with numbers. You know what you're doing. It's a legal way to play with numbers when you talk about a share buyback, which is also known as Mr. President interpreted for us. It's a repurchasing of a stock. You buy back your own shares from the stock market, reducing the, you know what? We're not playing with people. That's what it is. You're playing the numbers. You're playing with the value of something. Because in your mind, you think, and tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, in your mind, you think that the stock is undervalued. Am I on the right track? You go sit on one side. If you don't like but they want to stay there, because it's good things come out of the dirt. That's all. It's the good goal. And they want it. And in their mind, we're going to get it one way or another. We are going to bully our way in. And that is why they're talking about international arbitration. Because they want to continue to exploit. And I say to Mali, stand 10 toes down. If they cannot agree to your terms of negotiation, they can pack up, haul ass, and I'm sorry, haul bags and move out. Simple. There are others out there who will see the benefit of my resources and who will be willing to play according to my rules of the game. Next. U.S. Treasury Secretary meets Zelensky, passes a long draft agreement on critical minerals. This one comes to us courtesy of KyievIndependent.com. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent met with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv on February 12th and passed him a draft of the Ukraine-U.S. minerals agreement, Interfax Ukraine reported. President Trump announced the day prior that Bessent would arrive in Ukraine soon without disclosing the date of the American official's visit. We talked about minerals. I know that our team has been given the first draft of this document on a partnership between our countries, Zelensky said. I really want our team to work on this document. We received this document today. We will do everything so that our teams can quickly agree and sign this document. Why all of them talk like elementary school students? Jesus. Trump previously suggested that new aid shipments could depend on trade deals the U.S. negotiates with Ukraine on February 3. Trump said he wanted to provide Ukraine with weapons and aid in exchange for rare earths and other things. Zelensky has said he is open to an arrangement that would grant U.S. companies access to Ukraine's rare earth mineral reserves in exchange for continued support from Washington. Bissett is the first representative of the new U.S. administration to visit Ukraine after Trump's return to the White House. The presidential office also said previously that Ukraine is preparing to host Trump's special envoy for Ukraine and Russia, who is Keith Kellogg, in February. According to sources in Ukraine's president's office, cited by RBC Ukraine, Kellogg will visit Ukraine on February 20 after the Munich Security Conference. I'm going to put him to sleep. I'm tired of the whole now. I thought President Trump was about ending wars. Are we hearing anything? Because if you're going to provide them with weapons and aid in exchange for rare earths and other things, isn't that a furthering of the war? Because you're providing them the weapons so they can continue the battle with Russia, no? I don't know. I'm probably misinterpreting something here. But moving right along, ISIS has an army in waiting, and Trump's next move could decide whether it rises again. This does not sound safe at all, but let us not make any assumptions. Oh, YouTube rejected my comment because of the word ISIS. Isn't that interesting? So what do we use in the place of ISIS? What's the synonym? Do we have an alternative? Can someone let me know what the alternative for ISIS is? An army? All right, let's do this. An army in waiting. Let's try that. Boy, the sensitivity is real. But isn't that a term that's used in the news all over? Okay, let's go ahead and let me try this. Okay, that one went through. An army. All I had to do was drop the first word. Isn't that something? All right. According to NBCnews.com, in a network of prisons and detention camps across northeastern Syria, the Islamic State militant group has an army in waiting, and fanatical support for its brutal regime lives on. For now, the prisons and camps are guarded by the American backed Syrian Democratic Forces, a Kurdish led fighting force that battled alongside the US military to destroy so called caliphate. The Islamist group's radical ideology was never fully defeated. And after the ouster of longtime Syrian dictator Bashar al Assad late last year, as well as the arrival of a new administration in Washington, some are fearful that could be unleashed on the world once again. In northern Syria, around 10,000 alleged fighters are locked away in 28 jails, the largest of which is Al Sina prison on the edge of the small city of Hasaka. Crowded in the drab concrete prison are thousands of men, many of them captured on the battlefield during I's last stand in 2019, who sit or lie around in tattered brown jailhouse uniforms, dozens in each cell. Among them is Ibrahim, a Moroccan national who admitted in an interview with NBC News late last month that he was an fighter, but insisted that he was no longer a threat. If I were dangerous, I would not have surrendered myself, said Ibrahim, who declined to give his last name. I just want to go back to my country. Imprisoned for 6 years, he is one of the many foreign detainees whose home countries have failed to repatriate them. For the SDF commander, General Abdi, these prisoners are among the most dangerous. They are hardliners, he said. We have massive numbers in our prisons, and this continues an ongoing threat. That threat was brought sharply into focus just over 3 years ago when I launched a large attack on Al Sina prison, killing dozens of guards and freeing hundreds of prisoners. Battles raged around the prison for a week until they were eventually quelled with the help of the US military. We have intelligence that I is planning to attack those prisons again because the prisoners are considered to be a primary force for them. If they find a way out, I will be able to reorganize and reconstitute. These concerns were repeatedly echoed by the US military, which said in a statement last month that the prison population was a literal and figurative army in detention. Okay. Should we be concerned? Let's see. Let's see. All right, moving on. Super commuter mom travels to work by plane every day because it's cheaper than renting there. This is an interesting one. Every day, pilots don't fly every day, do they? Because depending on the length of the flight, you have crew rest, which is mandatory, right? Because you don't want exhaustion to set in. That can be a problem. So flying a lot, doesn't that also affect your blood vessels, especially in your lungs? That can be dangerous. Anyway, let me see what she's doing. According to the New York Post.com, she's taking the title super commuter to new heights. One woman takes a plane to work every day and claims it cuts down on commuting costs. Rachel Kaur, who lives in Malaysia, takes a 40-minute flight from Penang to Kuala Lumpur every single day of the work week and says the early mornings are worth the work-life balance. She says, with this arrangement, I'm able to go home every day. I'm able to see my children at night and help out with any last minute homework. I have two children, both are growing up. My oldest is 12 years old, and my daughter is 11 years old. with them growing up, I feel that they need their mother to be around more often. So here's her schedule. She wakes up around 4 a.m. to 4:15 a.m. at the latest, and then showers, gets dressed, and is out the door by 5 a.m. to catch her 30 to 40-minute flight, which boards at 5:55 a.m. Amazingly, she arrives at the office by 7:45 a.m. every morning. Wow. Despite working for Air Asia, okay. Oh, she doesn't benefit from employee perks and is forced to fork what? So she worked with Air Asia. Usually when you work with the airline, you get the benefit. But anyway, she doesn't get the benefit and is forced to fork over ticket costs. She claims the cost of commuting via plane is cheaper than it would be to rent an apartment in Lumpur, which she said would cost over $300 per month. Now she can stay home and pay her mortgage, which is a monthly payment of approximately $223. So hold on. How much she pay? Because if the rent, she's saying rent in Lumpur would cost over $300 a month. So in other words, am I to believe then that the tickets only cost her $77 for a month for the entire month?
Yeah, moment. Some tickets will be cheap. Those tickets down there is really, really cheap to travel around locally. Like really cheap.
Wow. Well, last year, one woman revealed that her husband regularly commuted from Minneapolis to Manhattan for his job, while an NYC hairstylist previously told the Post that she travels from Charlotte to the Big Apple bi-weekly. One employee even shells out more than $1,000 a month to commute for work from Washington, D.C. to NYC. Okay, interesting. That's pretty interesting, I must say. On the other hand, New Yorkers who can't bear to leave Gotham are super commuting in reverse. Carolyn Colvin, 23, for instance, lives in Manhattan but works in Maryland. She admitted to the Post, however, that she is definitely paying more on bills and rent this way. I live in New York City, which is expensive. Of course, it's a high cost of living city. And I work in Baltimore, which is less expensive and has a lower cost of living. So why in this case she don't move to Baltimore? That makes
Maybe she
sense.
owns she place in Manhattan? Because I can't see her renting in Manhattan to work in Baltimore.
But if she own it, now sell it and move to Baltimore. I don't know. Just still tell people them business. People them pocket. But some things don't make sense. But hey, it makes sense to others. Whoops, I'm sorry.
Pop MC
The wrong
Original.
thing. Yeah, okay, they must know. All right, that one closes out our international news segment. Time for stories out of North America. It's not too bad today, folks. Not too bad today. Not too bad today. First story: where is my tax refund? And this one comes to us courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen.
Have you filed your taxes yet? Well, millions of Americans already have, and there's a lot of interest in when they will get their refunds and whether President Trump's shakeup of the federal government will affect operations at the IRS. NPR's Bill Chappell is here with some answers. Hey, Bill.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so do you get the sense that any of the actions we've seen so far from the Trump administration will affect tax filing or tax refunds this year?
Well, one big thing is the famous fork in the road resignation offer was revised a little bit for the IRS. President Trump's administration said people in critical roles related to the filing season were exempt from that offer until May 15th, 1 month after the filing deadline, as you know. As for how the plans for hiring freezes and downsizing government could affect things, one expert I talked to said many of the details of the impact remain to be seen. There's a chance the agency could lose people who would normally be providing taxpayer services. I will say that Trump advisor Elon Musk has been targeting the team responsible for the IRS's direct file system, but so far that free service seems to be working for people in states where it's available.
Huh. Okay, well, beyond those concerns, how is this tax season looking right now?
I don't often attribute happy thoughts to tax season, but
Me neither.
yeah, right. There's been good news though. Listen to Janet Holtzblatt, an expert at the Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center.
But with respect to this particular filing season, the IRS was coming in, in a strong position that's good for taxpayers.
Yeah, Holtzblatt said the IRS had used a chunk of the big amount of funding boost it got from the Inflation Reduction Act back in 2022 to add around 5,000 more customer service staff, the people that answer phones and walk taxpayers through problems. And there's other changes. There's also Direct File, the free IRS service. It was only in a pilot program last year, and now it's grown to 25 states. And that lets you file federal taxes for free online as long as you have a fairly simple tax return.
Okay. All right. Let's just say you file your taxes, then explain what comes next.
So in general, you can expect to see a refund if you're owed one within 21 days. We have links on our website to the IRS services like their Check My Refund page. In recent years, the IRS recommends filing electronically and using direct deposit if you want to get your refund really quickly. And by April 15th, the agency expects to receive more than 140 million individual tax returns. The IRS says in the first week of this season, it got more than 13 million returns and processed 11.7 million of them.
Okay, well, I'm just going to ask you, Bill, have you filed your taxes yet?
I have not filed my taxes yet. I'm deathly afraid of getting some form that I forgot about after I filed. So I am waiting.
That is NPR's Bill Chappell. Thank you so much, Bill.
Glad to be here.
I think a lot of persons are concerned about taxes, filing taxes, the uncertainty, especially with the shakeup that's going on. What if one opts not to file taxes this year because they're very skeptical of what's going on? I don't know. I don't know what to tell people.
I mean, why file if you're getting rid of the IRS?
I think a lot of people share that sentiment. It's a wait and see. Let me wait and see what's going to happen. Can you blame them? There's so much uncertainty. We need transparency.
Not at all. Not at all. Especially for people that's going to end up owing.
But what I can't understand? How on earth somebody claims zero for the maximum amount to be taken out of your check every pay period. And then when it's time to do your tax return, them tell us say you owe money still or you made too much. How can I've heard this complaint from so many people making less than $60,000 a year, where Uncle Sam is telling them that they owe them money, they made too much money. What is it in the tax codes that causes that? How can somebody who claims zero, makes less than $60,000 a year, be told at the end of the year that they owe money in taxes?
Maybe it depends on what kind of assets they have.
All right, these people
and investments.
They pay rent. Them no own no property. Them pay car payment. So I don't know.
Well, somebody must be doing their taxes incorrectly.
Because they should be. They don't. All right, and they don't have children. No children. How does that work?
How they filing? They're filing married, filing separate,
Single. They're single.
You show the payroll people are taking the requisite amount of taxes.
But that is another question then, because if they're single and they put on that form zero, can the payroll person change it and put what they want?
Oh, no, it's not that. It's not. When it says zero essentially means you are not claiming anything.
Right.
So, for instance, if you claim, for instance, yourself, you pay less taxes. The more people you claim up front, you pay less taxes.
Right.
So the thing is, if you're paying zero, you're supposed to pay maximum taxes. But if the taxes is not calculated properly, all right, then you probably is not submitting enough taxes in the first place, no matter what you claim. If the payroll is not taking out the requisite amount of tax based on the earnings, you still owe.
So that's a
federal government.
payroll department problem then, is what you're
Not
saying?
necessarily a payroll. And do they, they may have a W-2 that says $60,000, right? Or
Right.
they might have a W. And then again, now, once you're over 35,000, then you might have to go back, especially if you're like single. And do they have any other investments, or do they have any other money coming in that they're declaring? It is difficult to comment on individual taxes, to tell you the truth, because every situation differs.
Why the taxes don't have to be so confusing though? Me advocating for just one flat tax rate, regardless of how much you make, if you make $1 million, 10 million, or 100 million, or $1,000. Just one flat rate. Whether it's 8%, 7%, 3%, whatever. Can we just have one flat rate for taxes and cut out all this foolishness where if you're in this bracket, you're paying this much. If you're in that bracket, you pay this much. If you have 10 pitney versus 2 pitney plus no pitney. If you have husband, if you don't have husband. If you're head of household. Jeez, it's too much.
So you're saying somebody who is working for $7.25 an hour should pay the same as somebody that is working for $2,000 an hour?
Yeah. 10%. Because guess what? It's $7.25 an hour or $60.25 an hour. When we go into the store, we're all paying the same rate, tax rate, to purchase goods, no sir. Do they ask us when we go to the register?
But if you're making below sometimes the acceptable standard for a house of poverty, if you're below poverty, you still pay the same rate?
What could do it like what I said, the Bible said, tithes, 10%. Flatten it down. 10% of whatever is 10%.
And you know what happened with the 10% that the Bible talk about, right? You have people like Creflo Dollar and them flying around in private jets because they're anointed.
So if I make $1,000, me know $100. If I make $10,000, me know me pay me $1,000. If me, no, seriously, somebody making $1 million, then no, them have to just shell out them $100,000. No, if ands are buts, it's just 10%, or call it 5%. If me pay, if me making $1,000, me pay you your $500, and me keep it moving. This is too much. It's too complicated. I don't know. What can I say? What do I know? Absolutely nada. Just tie up people's head. And I think besides going to the doctor, going to the tax man is something that stresses people out, because you don't know what bill you're going to be faced with. If you're going to be getting a bill, everybody nervous when them sitting down in the lobby waiting. Lord, pray me not but me barely make anything. I hope me not, oh Lord, me make too much. I wonder if I can me make too much. Oh Jesus. It's stressful. So how can we create a system that is there's as little stress as possible? I want to advocate for a simple system where nobody can say, well, you make $1 million and you pay 3%, but I make at $10,000 and I have to shell out 33%. You are what you call it? You are rewarded for having a lot of money, and I'm punished for having no money or little money. Something wrong with that, the structure there. I don't know. I'm just little old me. Three top US prosecutors, and I think the number has risen because I glanced somewhere where they said 5 US prosecutors. Not sure how true it is, but as of 6:11 p.m. yesterday, per NPR, 3 top US prosecutors had resigned over order to drop NYC Mayor Eric Adams' corruption case. Gonna go ahead and take a listen to this one. Let me do some digging in the meantime.
We turn now to big news out of the Justice Department. The interim U.S. attorney in Manhattan and 2 senior prosecutors in Washington have resigned. Their resignations are tied to the decision by the Trump Justice Department to drop the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas is covering all of this and joins us now. Hi, Ryan.
Hi there.
Okay, I realize this news just broke this afternoon. What are you hearing so far?
So first off, the acting U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, Danielle Sassoon, has resigned. She's a veteran prosecutor with a conservative legal pedigree. She clerked, for example, for the Supreme Court Justice, the late Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who, of course, is a legal icon on the right. The Trump administration had tapped Sassoon to lead the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan last month on an interim basis. But then 3 days ago, the acting number 2 official in the Trump Justice Department, Emil Bove, directed her in a memo to drop the corruption case against Eric Adams, a New York City mayor. Now, Bove said in his memo that this decision wasn't based on the evidence in the case. Instead, he alleges that the case against Adams, who is a Democrat, was politically motivated, even though it was brought during the Biden administration. The memo also says the case should be dropped because it interferes with Adams' ability to help the Trump administration with immigration enforcement. Now, it is highly unusual for department leadership to interfere like this in a case. Former prosecutors say that it's shocking. Sassoon says in a letter to the Attorney General that the law doesn't support dropping the case. She cannot, in good faith, move to do so. And so she has decided to quit over it.
Wow. Okay. Has the Justice Department said anything about any of this?
The Justice Department I contacted, they did not respond, but I did obtain an eight-page letter from Bove to Sassoon in which he says that he accepts her resignation. He also accuses her of losing sight of her oath by suggesting that she has the discretion to interpret the Constitution in a way that is inconsistent with the policies of the Attorney General and a democratically elected president. Now, in this letter, Bove also says that 2 of the prosecutors who worked the Eric Adams case are being placed on leave. He says that those 2 prosecutors and Sassoon will be investigated by the Office of the Attorney General and the department's internal unit that handles allegations of misconduct. Just in the side here, one of those line prosecutors is a U.S. Army veteran and a winner of 2 Bronze Stars.
Okay, so practically speaking, what happens to the Adams case now?
Well, Bove says in his letter that the case is being taken over by the Justice Department and it will move to dismiss the prosecution in court. But there's pushback to that move as well. Sources tell me and our colleague Kerry Johnson that the Adams case was reassigned to the Public Integrity Section at the Justice Department here in Washington. The acting head of that section, John Keller, and his supervisor, Kevin Driscoll, both resigned today instead of taking on the Adams case. And that gives you a sense of the pushback from within the Justice Department to this, again, highly unusual effort by the Trump department leadership to insert itself into this case to try to get it dropped. In the legal world, I have to say this is a very big deal. And there may, of course, be more ripple effects to come.
Very big deal indeed. That is NPR's Ryan Lucas. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Thank you.
Can somebody help me out here? Did I hear correctly that the prosecutors who have decided to resign over the whole Eric Adams case, that they're going to be investigated? Is that what I heard? Did anybody else hear that? Or am I the hold on? Let me go to the transcript. Because I don't know if I heard right. Hold on, let me check the chat. Yes. Okay, thank you, E.T. So
That's what you heard. You can't go against the Trump administration or you're fired.
So no, but okay. I decide that it goes against my moral compass, my better judgment, my ethics, my code of ethics, right? It goes against everything that I stand for, whether right or wrong. So I have made the decision to remove myself. And I say I am going to turn in my resignation. Now, because I have chosen peace, you are going to investigate me for resigning? This doesn't make any sense, Mr. President. So look at it this way. You, Mr. President, you're at your job. You get up. Corporate decides to make some changes. Those changes don't sit well with you. You decide, you know what? My time at this organization has come to an end. I graciously bow out. I thank you for the opportunity to have worked with you. Thank you for, whatever. And now the company says, whoa, no, we have to investigate him. How dare he resign? Because I'm shifting up things. That's what it sounds like. So you can't leave in peace? You don't have a mind of your own? You can't decide to walk away without being harassed? Is that what I'm to understand? All involved in the case will be investigated since no one will bend the knee. Interesting. Wow. Wow. This is funny. This is funny indeed. Wow. Mm, wow, that's all I can say. Wow. Trump administration says it has no plans to fulfill the $400 million armored Tesla contract. Wow. I wonder if that is why little X did what he did. Huh. You see, little X is in meetings, right? Hmm. Little X is going to reveal some more things to us. Rest assured, little X. Do your job, little X. Do your job. We're paying you, little X. Do your thing. Trouble daddy, as them say. According to NPR, the State Department on Thursday said it is abandoning plans of purchasing $400 million worth of armored Tesla vehicles after a public document detailing federal contracts for fiscal year 2025 gained wide attention. So can you imagine if that never come up? If was it Crockett who brought it up? Can I get a fresh batch of popcorn, please? I need it. That expected purchase of Teslas, which was slated for September of this year, is now on hold, according to the State Department, which now says it has no plans of fulfilling the contract. The potential federal purchase drew scrutiny since Tesla chief executive Elon Musk is also a top White House official, how I say, who has been leading the Department of Government Efficiency, a unit focused on shrinking the federal workforce and ferreting out corruption. The document did not specify what Tesla vehicles would be purchased by US officials, but Musk's Cybertruck, with its militaristic design and stainless steel exterior, could have been an option. After reports circulated Wednesday night of the State Department's intent to purchase Tesla vehicles, NPR noticed that the document was edited at 9:12 p.m. to say the federal contract is for $400 million worth of armored electric vehicles, but the word Tesla was removed. Responding to a segment by MSNBC's Rachel Maddow about the $400 million contract, Musk wrote on X on Wednesday night, "Hey, at Maddow, why the lie? The Tesla contract started in the Biden administration to explore interest from private companies to produce armored electric vehicles," a State Department spokesperson said on Thursday. Tesla was the only company to express interest in the department's request at the time. Typically, the next step would be an official solicitation for vehicle manufacturers to compete for the contract. But now, the solicitation is on hold, according to the State Department spokesperson. Musk did not return a request for comment. Just ask, he'll tell you. Musk, who spent more than $250 million to help elect Trump, has used an X account devoted to Doge to highlight what he views as excessive or unnecessary federal contracts. As Musk's deputies have gained access to nearly 24 federal agencies, ethics experts have raised concern about the billionaire running into conflicts of interest since Musk runs 6 companies, some of which are under investigation by government authorities. Musk's companies, including Tesla and SpaceX, also have billion-dollar contracts with the federal government. Most of the federal money Musk has received has gone to SpaceX, the rocket company. Remember, we had an explosion that was our money showering down. You talk about let it rain, baby. What Rihanna said, throw it up, throw it up. There you have it. Yeah. Most of the federal money, Musk, Money Musk. Isn't that place called Money Musk? Huh, hold on. That word sounds very familiar. Yeah, Money Musk has gone into SpaceX, the rocket company, for projects including work for NASA to launch Musk's Starship with astronauts to the moon. Well, A new Cybertruck started around $82,000, and about 38,000 were sold last year, according to Cox Automotive. The truck, which was unveiled in 2019 and began reaching customers in 2023, has faced complaints about rust, finger pinches, and defective accelerator pedals. The State Department document also shows that some Tesla competitors are set to receive lucrative, yet considerably smaller contracts for armored vehicles, including from BMW, which is expected to supply about $40 million worth of SUVs to the federal government. Oh boy. It's funny how luxury items are at the disposal of the federal government, but us, the parasites who fund the coffers, are disrespected. Enough of we are walking a take bus. Ah, you ever hear a Cyber truck pull up next to you? What they sound like? Gosh. U.S. Coast Guard releases recording that appears to be audio of Titan submersible implosion. Let's take a listen to this article courtesy of WSBN.
All right, Erica, the U.S. Coast Guard releasing new audio of what they believe to be the final moments of the Titan submersible. Take a listen. Well, the clip recorded on June 18th, 2023 includes a loud noise that sounds like an underwater thunderclap before going silent. It was captured by NOAA about 900 miles from the implosion. A lengthy investigation into the undersea disaster heard weeks of testimony last year. The Coast Guard is expected to release more information in the future.
What was I supposed to be hearing? That was it? I was expecting something else. Was anybody else expecting something else? The audio clip records a suspected acoustic signature of the Titan submersible implosion. No waste of time, yeah, man. All right, next up. Where are we now? Where's the that one rounded out our stories out of North America. Time for business and tech news. And our business and tech news is brought to you by Grant Coffee House. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. To the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. Once again, earn 20% off all your coffee products at grantcoffeehouse.com. Enter the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout and earn 20% off all your coffee products. All right, first up, Google. What you got to say, Google? Google says US is facing a power capacity crisis in AI race against China. Huh. Oh boy. Hold on a second, people. Product people, wait a minute, there for me. Let's go ahead and get into this one. According to CNBC.com, the US is facing a power capacity crisis as the tech sector races against China to achieve dominance in artificial intelligence. This is according to an executive leading the energy strategy of Alphabet's Google unit this week. The emergence of China's DeepSeek artificial intelligence firm sent the shares of major power companies tumbling in late January on speculation that its AI model is cheaper and more efficient. But Caroline Golin, Google's global head of energy market development, said more power is needed now to keep up with Beijing. We are in a capacity crisis in this country right now, and we are in an AI race against China right now. Alphabet's Google unit embarked 4 years ago on an ambitious goal to power its operations around the clock with carbon free renewable energy. But the company faced a major obstacle that forced a turn toward nuclear power. Google ran into a very stark reality that we didn't have enough capacity on the system to power our data centers in the short term and then potentially in the long term. Google realized that the deployment of renewables was potentially causing grid instability, and utilities were investing in emitting natural gas to back up the system. Wind and particularly solar power have grown rapidly in the US, but their output depends on weather conditions. We learned the importance of the developing clean, firm technologies, Golan said. We recognized that nuclear was going to be a part of the portfolio. Okay, techies. Oh, by the way, um, you know, as of yesterday, even last night, TikTok is back in the Apple and Google Play Store. All right. So if you know anyone, so AT says China's AI is cheaper, but not better. It's because I don't speak that language. I am not in a position to argue or say yay, nay, me no know. Me's not that laughing at me. No, seriously. I don't know. But I will say this. There's certain anytime I hear the word nuclear power, I cringe. So let me do this. Let me jump on Google for a second, right? So when I hear nuclear power is the use of nuclear reactions to produce electricity. Nuclear power can be obtained from nuclear fission, nuclear decay, and nuclear fusion. So is nuclear energy 100% safe? Evidence over 6 decades shows that nuclear power is a safe means of generating electricity. The risk of incidents in nuclear power plants is low and declining. The consequences of an accident or terrorist attack are minimal compared with other commonly accepted risks. So, what are the problems with nuclear power? According to this, nuclear power has several issues, including safety concerns, environmental impact, and the disposal of radioactive waste. And that's what I thought. And that's where I'm concerned. If all these tech giant companies end up using nuclear power, that means nuclear plants, right, all over the country. The radioactive waste, how are they going to handle all of that radioactive waste? Because you know what's going to happen? We're going to have more as the world changes, technologically speaking, as you know, there's more demand. It's going to put an increased burden on the environment. How? Because we're going to have to build bigger and better nuclear plants. At some point, aren't we going to implode or explode? I don't know. What do the techies have to say about this? How is this going to affect us in the long run? Are these radioactive plants, nuclear plants that produce radioactive waste, are they going to be in areas that are remote, not near to any cities? I have a lot of questions. I don't know.
I don't necessarily understand what nuclear waste is.
All right, so we're going to get in. That's the next thing we look up, right? We are learning today. We're learning. So let's go over to this one. What's radioactive waste? Radioactive waste is a hazardous material that contains radioactive material. It can be a solid, liquid, or gas. It can harm humans as well as the environment. Radioactive waste is hazardous because it emits radioactive particles. What can radioactive waste do to humans? Let's look that up. And that's my biggest concern. As we are wanting more, we are lessening our life expectancy. Exposure to radioactive waste can cause immediate and long term health effects, including cancer, organ damage, and death. Radiation burns, skin injuries that can occur at high doses of radiation, hair loss that can occur at high doses of radiation.
But where does the waste come from? Because if you're using, for me, if you're using the nuclear energy to produce power, where does the waste come from? Is it what you're using to make the nuclear energy?
Another question. All right, so let's get into this. So, ready? Class is in session. What is this? Physics or chemistry? I don't know. We're in nuclear energy class. Nuclear energy is produced through a process called nuclear fission, where the nuclei of atoms, typically uranium, are split apart, releasing a large amount of heat energy, which is then used to generate steam that spins a turbine to create electricity. Essentially, the energy comes from breaking apart the bonds within an atom's nucleus. How that sound, Jack?
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Prof. Was you going to say something?
Sorry, Prof. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so quickly, I'm not an expert, but the nuclear fuel, like they use rods generate in nuclear reactors. The rods don't disappear, but they lose energy after a while, but they're still radioactive for thousands of years. And then they're not good enough to be used to generate power anymore, but they still have to be stored somewhere. No one wants them in their neighborhood. They're stored in mountains currently in the US, on a mountain. They encase them in glass so that they're not as explosive, but then they still generate radioactive energy, which is harmful to humans. And no one wants them in their neighborhood or to be transported through their neighborhood. Also, the plants have to be in their water supply as well, so they can contaminate the water as well. So that's the thing with radiation stuff. So they're generally safe. Also, they're subsidized. The plants have to be subsidized a lot. So they're not as cheap as people think because they depend on government subsidy. So the thing is, it doesn't generate like smoke where a gas plant or a coal plant does, but they also have to dig to get the nuclear stuff out of the ground. That generates waste as well and stuff. So it doesn't, at the source, it doesn't have any visible stuff, but it has those side effects where you have to dig it out of the ground. Then when it's not good enough for fuel, it has to be stored somewhere for thousands of years. And no one wants it in their neighborhood.
Wow, thank you, Prof. Thank you for explaining that. So the primary raw material in nuclear energy is uranium, right? Now, according to Google, it's saying here that the amount of time uranium will last depends on consumption rates, exploration efforts, and extraction technology. At current consumption rates, the world's uranium supplies could last 90 to 230 years. So 2.5 centuries, let's give it that. So I guess the world will done that time. Nobody now. And when that done, when it run out, what's the next step? What's the alternative that they're going to use for nuclear energy at that point? That's interesting. Wow. We now have fusion. Lord of mercy. All right. This is where the STEM world comes into play, right? AT, all the STEM people, science, technology, engineering, and math, all of you people come into the fold, and we need all of you to explain to us. But yes, just hearing the word radioactive alone is a red flag for me. And yes, nobody wants radioactive anything in their neighborhoods, right? Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. All right. So we learned a little bit today. Ja, how you feel? We are a little bit more educated today. Me still in the
Hey,
back of the class.
I'm a little bit more educated, and in a few minutes, hopefully, my stomach is going to be good because I don't know if you saw that I put in the chat. I found a place that sells doubles, and I just came from there.
You know, I purposely ignored you, right?
And I'm gonna blame Mr. President for this because it was yesterday that I kept saying I have a craving. Okay, so we will see.
No, I feel like I need to go up to Fort Lauderdale and get some doubles.
This is the first time, honestly, that I walked in the store and the whole place have Trinidadians in there. I've never been in a place since I all Trini people in there. So hopefully it's really good.
Let me ask you a question, Ja. When you are around Caribbean people, for example, you walk into this restaurant with the Trinis, does your Antiguan accent come out stronger, or you still have the American accent?
I don't think I have an accent, but I know that I feel different.
Mm-hmm.
And I do, and even right now, I feel like I'm talking different. I do feel that I'm speaking different
Mm-hmm.
when I'm amongst my people, but you know, colonialism has stopped me from speaking with an accent. But there are some words that I just have no other choice that I say it the way that I say it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just wondered, because, like, for example, you'll be around Jamaicans and a Jamaican, their accent will come out more, than when they code switch, call it that, than when they're around their
Yes.
American counterparts. Yeah, I just wondered.
Yes.
Yeah. What if that happened to you? Even though you grew up in Brooklyn, Yeah.
And the funny thing is, even though I grew up in Brooklyn, the only proper speaking people were when I was in school. Everybody else, it didn't matter where they came from, they spoke in their dialect. But that was back then. No one was code switching then. Right? It's like as my sister was born years later, both of my sisters, that people actually code switched. And that's why with the conversation that I was saying yesterday, how you were treated a certain way because you spoke a certain way. And in school, it was like, if you're going to speak this way, we're going to put you in this special class. And I did not want to be in a special class.
Yeah. Thank you, Ja. No, you really make me feel like I need to head on, take the 45-minute drive and go get some doubles. Ooh.
Take it. It's Friday. It's Valentine's Day.
But I don't want to go by myself. I'd be going.
I just went by myself. And they actually going to have a Valentine's Day party tonight. Unfortunately, I'm not coming back for it.
You're going to miss out on the opportunity to find the love of your life, or to meet,
Yes.
not find, to meet. The love of your life not going to show up at your doorstep. You have to be out there, out and about.
But I still don't feel that I'm 100% yet, so I don't really want to be
You'll
around
never
people.
be 100%, John. Nobody will
No,
ever be 100%.
I'm talking about with whatever sickness that came upon me.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Well, you might just find a doctor out there to remedy the situation.
Yes, claim it.
You might just find yourself a nice foreign doctor out there to remedy the situation one way or another. But
Well, once I eat this, I'll know where to come. Okay.
All right, our next story out of the business and tech segment, Missouri sues Starbucks, claiming systemic discrimination via DEI. I came across a video that had me doing some research to find this article. I want to believe I saved the video on TikTok. Let me see if I can find it back. Let me check my what you call it? Okay, here it is. I don't know how old this video is, so let me say that first.
The owner of Starbucks closes the doors of its stores to Latinos and declares itself against all immigrants. The owner of this famous company has decided to join the list of brands who are against the immigrant community within the United States. The owner of Starbucks would have ordered a written note to be placed on the doors, where it makes it very clear that Latinos are prohibited from entering their stores. Latinos are not accepted. Asian immigrants who enter our properties will be handed over to migration authorities, said the owner. And it is that the owner of Starbucks would be a close friend of President Donald Trump. Therefore, your company is supporting raids and masses against all Latino immigrants. It's time we did the same to him that you did to Coca-Cola. If you are Latino, do not consume any more products of this brand. Also, do not visit their stores, much less drink their shitty coffee. Share the...
So I came across that video and I said, could there be any truth to this? So I went on Google, started doing research, came across this article on The Guardian. So Missouri has sued Starbucks for discrimination. And this article is dated February 13, 2025, and it was posted at 1:52 Eastern yesterday. Missouri has sued Starbucks for discrimination because its workforce has become more female and less white. Interesting. Filed on Tuesday by the state's Republican Attorney General, the lawsuit accuses the coffee chain of engaging in systemic racial, sexual, and sexual orientation discrimination through its diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, including hiring quotas, advancement opportunities, and board membership. The lawsuit alleges that as of the 23rd of August 2020, the company's U.S. employee breakdown was 69% women, and that by the 24th of September 2024, the figure was 70.9% women. It also says that in 2020, the firm's U.S. workforce was 47% Black, Indigenous, and people of color, compared with the 28th of September 2024 figures showing 8.1% Black, 31.7% Hispanic, 5.6% Asian, 47.8% white, 0.6% American Indian or Alaska Native, and 0.5% Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, adding up to 46.5% non-white, a slight drop from 2020. Despite the figures appearing to show no major changes, the lawsuit emphasizes that since 2020, Starbucks' workforce has become more female and less white. It claims the company singles out preferred groups for additional training and employment benefits, causing customers to pay higher prices and wait longer for goods and services because hiring practices based on non-merit consideration will skew the hiring pool towards people who are less qualified to perform their work. It did not cite any evidence that diversity policies translate to higher prices. A Starbucks spokesperson said in a statement, "We disagree with the Attorney General, and these allegations are inaccurate. We are deeply committed to creating opportunity for every single one of our partners who are our employees. Our programs and benefits are open to everyone and lawful." Starbucks has a long history of inclusivity and diversity initiatives. The company began several programs in 2018 after the high-profile arrest of two Black men at a store in Philadelphia, including closing 8,000 U.S. stores for a day for employees to undergo racial bias training. The federal lawsuit comes at a time when the Trump administration is pressuring governmental agencies to slash their DEI initiatives, and corporations across the country are following Trump's example. The Starbucks spokesperson confirmed that there have been no changes to the company's programming or benefits. Our hiring practices are inclusive, fair, and competitive, and designed to ensure the strongest candidate for every job, every time, it said. So, fact checking is crucial, right? Yeah.
For me, at the end of the day, if someone don't want my money or if someone don't want me around them, I'm okay with that. I don't have to be. You don't deserve my money if you don't want me. So why do I even have to argue to get you to take it? Like seriously though, and I've always been that way. I don't care what the store is. Anytime I walked into any establishment, and that may be employer, and I felt a certain way, and they didn't accept me or want me, so be it.
I agree with you. Me not wanting me not to push up on nobody. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna push up on anybody. I just say go. I don't know if that's a good thing, Ja, or a bad thing. I don't know.
I would say it's a good thing because that means that you have, for me, I have respect for myself and I love myself. If you don't love me, so what? Seriously, so what? You don't love me. And
It is what it is.
okay, don't love me. And I think, when we got back to that conversation about knowing who you are or whatever, that is what I had to resolve myself to. Okay, they don't love me, but I'm gonna love myself.
Yeah, it is what it is. All right. So that story wraps up our business and tech segment. That was brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com. Log on to grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Enter the code coffeeinto20 at checkout. Again, head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all your coffee products. Enter the code coffeeinto20 20. I almost said coffeeinto.com. Enter the code coffeeinto20 for your 20% off all your coffee products. And now it is time for our health and science segment. And our health and science segment is brought to you by Lormel Skin Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Early. Put your orders in early for Mother's Day, Father's Day, any birthdays, any anniversaries coming up. Get your orders in to Lormel Skin Food so you can have your packages put together. Yeah. All right. LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. All right. So, abortion bans in US led to more births and infant deaths, especially among vulnerable groups. This article, courtesy of CNNHealth.com. Abortion bans in the United States are exacerbating existing health disparities as births increase in high risk populations and infant mortality rises disproportionately, new research suggests. In 14 states that implemented complete or 6-week abortion bans after the Supreme Court Dobbs decision revoked the federal right to abortion, the fertility rate increased 1.7%, leading to about one additional birth for every 1,000 women of reproductive age, according to a study published Thursday in the medical journal JAMA. A corresponding study from the same research team found that the rise in infant mortality was even more significant, spiking nearly 6% in the states that implemented bans. With about 500 more deaths than expected among the 22,000 additional births, the infant mortality rate for births linked to abortion bans, 24 deaths for every 1,000 births, was about 4 times higher than expected. Rates of births and deaths were analyzed from 2012 through 2023 using trends from before the restrictions were implemented and from states without restrictions as baseline measures. It signals that these additional births are occurring disproportionately among populations at a greater risk of infant mortality and other poor pregnancy outcomes. That's according to Dr. Susan Bell, who is an assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and co author of the new studies. Other research has found links between abortion bans and a rise in infant births and deaths. But the new studies show that some of the most vulnerable groups bear the greatest burden of the significant and compounding effects of abortion restrictions. Black and other minority women saw the largest increases in fertility rates, along with those of lower socioeconomic status, such as Medicaid beneficiaries and those with lower education levels. Infant mortality also surged in these groups, with deaths rising nearly 11%, almost twice the average among Black babies, more than any other racial or ethnic group. Abortion bans are associated with excess births that shift the composition of births toward those at higher risk of infant death. Experts have long cautioned about the dangers of abortion bans, warning that restricting access to abortion can have significant negative effects on the health and livelihood of the individuals and their families. Well, who cares? So there are so many things that come into play with the restricting of access to abortion. So the women who lose these children, who are forced to carry children to term, let us talk about children that are going to be born stillbirth. Agaban dead, in other words. Do you understand the emotional and psychological damage you're doing to that woman, to that family? The mental anguish? So we're putting that toll on the mother. All right, so let us talk about children who are born, who we know for a fact that they're not going to live beyond a certain age. Let's say 3 months. I'm not going to make it past 3 months. We know. Scientifically, we know. Aren't we putting a financial burden on these families as well, especially if they're in the lowest socioeconomic bracket? So you're setting them back, right? Because you have to find the money for bury the picnic. No, so. Or are the burials subsidized? Does the government step in and say, we'll help you to bury this child or cremate the child, whatever you choose to do?
Now you're really being facetious.
So, women of lower socioeconomic statuses who depend on Medicaid for health care, how will this affect them now that they want to rip away Medicaid benefits? What's going to happen in this case? We're pro-life, and that's it. Period. Done. Right? That's all. So to keep them alive, how are we going to keep these children alive who are born into lower socioeconomic households? They're to starve. So we bring them into the world to starve them to death. We bring them into the world for them to get sick and not be able to provide them with medical care. I'm just wanting to know, how does this work? Remember, federal minimum wage is $7.25. And yes, there are people who are earning $7.25 an hour. But we want to remove SNAP because remember, we're parasites. So why would you want parasites to have children? Isn't that creating more parasites?
But as you create the parasites, you'll be able to house the jails.
Mm. Mm. Good point, Jack. Good point. Good point. And when you house the jails, that's what? Free what?
Free labor.
Yeah. Yeah. And then let us talk about the families who are impacted where the mothers lose their lives during the childbearing process. And as much as we have 8 billion people in the world, thanks to the mothers who are able to bring these children, bring everyone into the world. Thank God for the women who are able to bring everybody into the world, right? I think they take it for granted. They think it's easy. Oh, it's easy. Right? It's just like going outside picking a fruit off the tree. Every time a woman bears a child, her life is at risk. I'm not sure if everybody knows that. It's no easy feat.
And you can lose your child up to the day of delivery.
Exactly. One mishap and you can lose that child.
Actually, you can lose them both, mother and child.
And it has happened. But what's the problem, Jad? They are developing robots that will be able to incubate embryos. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? And so it is in the world. We continue. We just exist here, right, John? It's not our world. We just live in it.
No, not ours at all.
Just live in it. And that story is the only one we have in our health and sound segment, brought to you by LormelSkinFood.com for your 100% natural products. I don't know what your LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Tasha, I'm putting it on order today. I just checked my cupboard and I am low. I thought I had more of the body oil, but certain people, you don't know, all of a sudden them want them skin to glow. All of a sudden them want them skin nice and soft. All of a sudden them care how them skin feel. So them I use it even more than me. And then I have some offspring that somehow end up using. Me don't know what them depend. Me don't really don't know what them depend. So I thought I had, but I don't. So me I beg you one rush order that Tasha. Me really I beg you one rush order pan because me can't afford to look dry and chippy at all. So AT, the body oil AT, BODY, that oil AT. Can we have a day when we are circumspect and our minds are pure and our thoughts are clean?
No, why should we? Soon they're gonna control that too.
Anyway, Tasha, I'm putting in an order. May I beg you a rush pan it here, please, and thank you, because I can't afford to dry out. But I gotta tell you something, Tasha. Yes, my girl. I can't stop talking about it. That eczema ointment where you whip up, yeah, it do the thing. It work. I tell you. And I've been having a lot of flare-ups, and it calm my skin and take for the redness. Yes, my girl, do your thing. Normal skin food. All right. Next up. Oh, we've come to our final story of the day. It's in sports. FIFA ban. Nigeria and 11 other countries have been suspended by World Football Body. How will you say? Why would y'all do that, folks? What's up? What did they do? That was so egregious that resulted in their being banned. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into this article. Let me go ahead and pin it on YouTube. All right, according to pulsesports.ng, Pulse Sports Nigeria recently reported that FIFA has handed out suspensions to a couple of nations that broke its laws. The reasons varied from third party interference to unlawful elections and humanitarian violations. Here are 12 countries that have been suspended by FIFA and the reasons for their suspensions. All you soccer fans, we call it football. This is the original football. Germany and Japan. Both countries were banned from the 1950 World Cup after World War II because of their roles in the war. In 1945, Japan had been suspended for not paying its fees, while Germany's football federation was broken up and only set up again after the tournament. South Africa, 1979 to 1990. FIFA had banned South Africa from football tournaments because of apartheid policies. The country was first suspended in 1961 but was fully removed from FIFA in 1976 when the president took a stricter approach than Sir Stanley before him. South Africa was only allowed back in 1991 after apartheid ended. Mexico, 1990. Mexico was banned from the 1990 World Cup after using overage players in a youth tournament. Oh, FIFA punished them with a 2-year ban, which meant they missed one of football's biggest tournaments. Chile. They had a ban in 1994. Chile was disqualified from the 1994 World Cup because of a cunning act by their goalkeeper, Roberto Rojas. During a game against Brazil, Rojas cut himself with a hidden blade and pretended to be injured by a flare from the crowd. FIFA saw through the trick and did what? Banned him for life, while Chile was also punished and not allowed to take part in the 1994 tournament. Myanmar, 2006, and again in 2018. Well, Myanmar was banned from the 2006 World Cup after pulling out a qualifier or pulling out of a qualifier in Iran for the 2002 tournament. FIFA first fined them 23,500, but later decided to ban them from the next World Cup as well. In 2018, they were suspended again due to fan trouble, but were allowed to return after agreeing to play on neutral grounds. Russia, 2022, 2024, 2026. Lord have mercy. Russia was banned from FIFA competitions after invading Ukraine in 2022. This meant they missed the 2022 World Cup, will not play in the Euro 2024. The ban is still in place, so Russia cannot qualify for the 2026 World Cup either. So any of you looking for Russia in 2026, it ain't gonna happen. Iraq, banned in 2008 and 2009. Iraq was banned in consecutive years. First in 2008, when they were suspended after their government shut down the country's football federation. This ban was removed but reinstated in 2009 when Iraq's Olympic Committee did the same thing again. Both bans were brief, and Iraq was quickly allowed to return. Nigeria, in 2014, faced a short FIFA ban after problems following the World Cup. The country's football leaders were removed and a government worker took control. FIFA punished Nigeria, but the ban only lasted 9 days before it was lifted by a court order. Indonesia, 2015. Indonesia was banned from competitions because of government interference. The country's league was stopped, and FIFA did not accept the government's decision to remove the National Football Federation. Well, after a long dispute, the ban was lifted in 2016 and Indonesia was allowed to return to international football. Pakistan, 2017, 2021, 2025. Lord, them can't catch a break. Pakistan was banned twice in recent years due to problems within its football federation. In 2017, FIFA suspended them after a court-appointed official took control, breaking FIFA's rules on outside interference. The ban was removed in 2018, but Pakistan was banned again in 2021 after a group took over the federation's headquarters, and it lasted until 2022. However, Pakistan's Football Federation has been suspended again in 2025 for not accepting a new constitution that guarantees fair and democratic elections. FIFA revealed that they will lift the ban only if the PFF Congress approves the version of the Constitution created by FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation. Wow. I didn't know it was this serious. Zimbabwe in 2022, they were banned by FIFA, suspended after the government got involved. So, hold on, I'm seeing a trend here. Every time the government gets involved, there is a banning. Okay. They were suspended after the government got involved in the country's football federation following serious allegations of sexual harassment against three female referees. However, the ban was lifted in July 2023. Well, last but not least, Congo. Most recently, FIFA suspended the Congolese Football Association due to serious outside interference in its affairs. Oh boy. FIFA stated that this interference goes against the Congolese Football Association's responsibilities under FIFA's rules. The ban is yet to be lifted at the time of writing this. So, me never know said this was such an intricate thing. I never realized how serious FIFA rules and regulations are. Honestly, I didn't know. I mean, what could be so serious about kicking some balls all around on a field and getting it into a net? You never know. I need to dig deeper into this. What are FIFA's rules and regulations? Well, so far we know we don't want outside interference into the affairs of FIFA and the football federations or football associations or the football teams of these countries. Which country was the one that won the World Cup last?
How are you going to come from the Caribbean and say you don't what you just said? I'm not going to even repeat it.
What we just said? Who won? That one there? That question? Josh.
No, the one before it. When you said you didn't know it was so serious.
I'm not telling a lie.
From just kicking a ball around. What?
Me never know.
Yeah, what you said was this. Let me just come off, Mike. I said what you said in the way you said it was kind of disrespectful for us football lovers because you're kicking a ball into a goal. Is that what you said?
Yes, I did.
You're disrespectful, man. You're disrespectful. I mute my mic. You're disrespectful.
I will take my lashings. Fire shot for myself. Oh, my God, but they have on YouTube. Like, I can boo myself. Let me boo myself. I can boo myself. Have the man them run up and down in a short spot. They feel like kickball.
Just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Next story. Just don't even talk about it because you don't know what to say, and me and you go fight after this show. So just don't say nothing else about it.
Let's get ready to rumble.
That's not football. That's not soccer.
I know, but
That
you
is
said me and you
boxing.
gonna fight, so I'm ready for fight.
Okay. You know
I'm
you're
ready
fight.
for fight. Me go get some Tasha oil and grease up myself. But ready for fight.
Remember, I have Tasha's oil too, so
let me take out my earring them.
Oh,
the ear tie up already. We're ready. Yeah. Let's go.
And you'll pull my weight.
Wow, you're so disrespectful right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Moments. Mm-hmm. Move on to the next story and talk about stuff on football.
That was the last one.
That was the last one. So we're gonna end the YouTube live, and I want to say thank you to everyone who subscribed to the YouTube channel throughout the course of this week and everyone before. I want to say thank you to everyone who has watched the videos post live show. Thank you so much. We appreciate each and every one of you as we continue to grow, and we ask that you like, share, comment, and encourage others to be a part of the community. Encourage them to come along It's not just news, right? When you're telling people about it, don't tell them it's a news channel. It's interactive. What other adjectives can we use? What are the adjectives we can use, Jack? It's interactive, educational, informational. What else?
It's a daily lime of world news.
Yes, and we hang out and there's camaraderie and you know unity and empowerment and support, and there's so much that goes on within the hours that we spend together. So it's not just news. Definitely not just news. It's news with a side of truth and definitely different. It's different. Nothing they have ever experienced before. It's not what they will see on legacy media. Not at all. Not even what they'll see on social media. All right. So thank you again. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Be good to yourselves. We will be back Monday morning, 9:30. Eventually, come March, getting everybody ready. Come March, I think we're going to move up the time. We'll see how that goes. Trying to work on some things, but we're going to try. We're aiming for that, where we will be able to do everything starting at 9 o'clock. All right. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Happy Valentine's Day. Love on yourself. Love on those around you. Love is the answer. Point blank. If we all love each other, we can have a better world to live in. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and end the live stream. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.